This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened to me 3 nights ago. I've been driving big rigs for over 20 years, seen just about everything the road can throw at a man. Blizzards, multi-car pileups, even a tornado once outside of Oklahoma City. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what I experienced in Echo Canyon. I'm still shaking as I type this. Haven't slept more than a couple hours since it happened. My wife thinks I should see someone, talk to a professional. Maybe she's right, but I need to get this out first. Need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not look at me like I've lost my damn mind. It was supposed to be a routine haul. I was carrying a full load of produce from Salt Lake to Denver, a route I've driven probably 100 times before. Left around 2 in the afternoon, which meant I'd be hitting Echo Canyon well after dark. Never bothered me before. I'm used to night driving, prefer it actually. Less traffic, cooler temperatures, just me and my thoughts and the endless ribbon of asphalt. The weather forecast showed clear skies, which was a relief. Last thing I needed was to navigate those winding canyon roads in rain or snow. My truck was running smooth. I had a full thermos of coffee and my favorite playlist queued up. Everything was normal, everything was fine, until it wasn't. I remember checking the time as I approached the canyon, 11:27 at night. The moon was barely a sliver, leaving the world outside my headlights pitch black. As I entered the canyon, I immediately felt something off, like a pressure change, the way the air feels heavy right before a massive storm. My ears even popped, which made no sense given the elevation. Look, I'm not superstitious, never have been, but I've heard the stories from other drivers about Echo Canyon. We all have. Tales about shadowy figures darting across the road, causing drivers to swerve and crash. Stories about disembodied voices that whisper your name, clear as day, right into your ear even though you're alone in your cab. I always laughed them off. Road hypnosis, I figured, or maybe just drivers staying awake too long on too many stimulants. I wasn't laughing that night. About 15 miles into the canyon, my radio started acting strange. It had been playing classic rock just fine, but suddenly it began to crackle with static. I fiddled with the dial, but nothing helped. Then it went completely dead. No static, no sound at all, just silence. That's when I noticed the temperature dropping in my cab. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face, even though the heater was blasting. I checked the thermometer on my dashboard, 34 degrees inside the cab. That's not right. That's not possible. I was debating whether to pull over and check my heating system when my headlights caught something on the side of the road. A figure, a woman in what looked like a thin white dress, her arms wrapped around herself, shivering violently in the freezing night air. My first thought was, what the hell is she doing out here? The nearest town was at least 20 miles back, and there was nothing ahead for another 30. No broken down car that I could see. Just this woman, alone on the roadside in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down against my better judgment. In 20 years of driving, I've never picked up a hitchhiker. Too risky in this day and age. But something about her, the desperate way she hugged herself against the cold, the terrified look on her face when my headlights hit her, I couldn't just drive past. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of her and watched in my side mirror as she ran toward the truck. Her movements were jerky, frantic, like she was running from something, not just toward shelter. When she reached my passenger door, I leaned over and opened it. The dome light illuminated her face, young, maybe mid-20s, with pale skin and dark circles under her eyes. Her lips were almost blue with cold. "Thank you," she gasped as she climbed in. "Thank you so much for stopping." "What are you doing out here?" I asked, putting the truck back in gear and pulling onto the road. "Where's your car?" "Broke down about 2 miles back," she said, her teeth chattering. "No cell service. I've been walking for hours." I turned the heater up even higher, though it didn't seem to be doing much good. "I'm Joe," I said. "Sarah," she replied, still shivering violently. Now that she was sitting next to me, I could see her more clearly in the glow from the dashboard. There was something off about her. Her skin wasn't just pale, it had an almost translucent quality. And though she was sitting right beside me, her voice sounded distant, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Besides being cold, I mean." She looked at me, her eyes wide and frightened. "You're going to think I'm crazy. Try me." She took a deep breath. "Ever since my car broke down, I've been hearing voices, whispers, saying my name over and over." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "And there are shadows," she continued, her voice dropping to nearly a whisper itself. "Not normal shadows. They move. Follow me." I thought I was losing my mind out there alone in the dark. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "It's just this canyon," I said, trying to reassure us both. "Plays tricks on your mind. The acoustics make weird echoes. That's how it got its name." She didn't look convinced. Neither was I, if I'm being honest. We drove in silence for a few minutes. The truck's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the sheer rock walls on either side of the narrow road. No other cars in sight. No lights anywhere except the stars above. We were completely alone, or so I thought. "Joe." The whisper was so faint I almost missed it. A sibilant hiss, barely audible over the rumble of the engine. I glanced at Sarah, but she was staring straight ahead, her expression frozen in fear. "Did you hear that?" I asked. She nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving the road ahead. "Joe." There it was again, slightly louder this time. Not coming from Sarah, not coming from anywhere inside the cab. It seemed to seep in from outside, like the darkness itself was speaking. "They know your name now," Sarah whispered. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Who does? What are you talking about?" "Joe, Joe, Joe." The whispers multiplied, a chorus of hissing voices calling my name, some deep and guttural, others high and childlike. All wrong. All unnatural. My hands were sweating despite the cold. The road ahead seemed to stretch and warp in my vision. I checked the speedometer, 65 miles per hour. Too fast for these winding canyon roads, especially at night, but I couldn't bring myself to slow down. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of that canyon as fast as possible. "Joe, look out!" Sarah suddenly screamed, pointing at the road ahead. I slammed on the brakes instinctively, the truck's tires screeching against the asphalt as we skidded to a halt. My headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road, a tall, impossibly thin man. No, not a man, not anymore. Whatever stood before us had once been human, but now it was something else entirely. Its skin was gray and sunken, stretched tight over protruding bones. Its eyes were hollow black pits that somehow still managed to fix us with a gaze that felt like ice water being poured down my spine. It wore tattered clothes that might have been decades old, hanging from its gaunt frame like moss from a dead tree, and it was pointing directly at me. The moment its skeletal finger aimed in my direction, a crushing pain seized my chest. It felt like an icy hand had reached inside me and was squeezing my heart. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. could only stare in horror at the apparition standing before us. "Turn around," Sarah was screaming, shaking my arm. "Joe, we have to turn around, now!" Her voice broke through my paralysis. I threw the truck into reverse, backing up until I found a spot wide enough to execute a three-point turn. The whole time, that thing stood motionless in the road, its hollow eyes tracking our every move, its finger still pointing accusingly at me. As soon as I had the truck facing the opposite direction, I floored it. The engine roared as we sped back the way we'd come, my eyes darting constantly to the rear-view mirror. The figure remained in the middle of the road, growing smaller as we put distance between us, until finally the darkness swallowed it completely. But the whispers didn't stop. "Joe, Joe, come back, Joe. We're waiting for you, Joe." They seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, from the radio that had been dead moments before, from the vents blowing cold air, from the very walls of the canyon that loomed on either side of us. "Don't listen," Sarah said, her voice stronger now. "Don't answer them, just drive." So I drove, faster than was safe, taking curves at speeds that could have sent us plummeting over the edge if I'd miscalculated even slightly. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, changing from my name to threats, to promises, to pleas. I tried to block them out, focusing only on the road ahead and the exit that seemed impossibly far away. I don't know how long we drove like that. Time seemed to stretch and distort, minutes feeling like hours. But eventually, the canyon walls began to recede and the oppressive darkness lifted slightly. The whispers faded, becoming fainter and fainter until they disappeared entirely. And suddenly, we were out, back on open road, with rolling hills instead of sheer cliff faces surrounding us. Sarah let out a long, shuddering breath. "We made it," she whispered. I was still too shaken to speak. My hands were cramped from gripping the steering wheel so tightly, and my shirt was soaked with cold sweat. The pain in my chest had subsided to a dull ache, but I could still feel the phantom pressure of that thing's gaze. We drove in silence for another 20 minutes until we reached a small town, little more than a gas station, a diner, and a few scattered houses. I pulled into the gas station parking lot, my body running on autopilot. "I'll get out here," Sarah said quietly. I turned to look at her properly for the first time since our escape from the canyon. In the harsh fluorescent lights of the gas station, she looked even more ethereal, her skin almost translucent, her eyes deep pools of shadow. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I can take you somewhere safer, or at least somewhere with a hotel." She shook her head. "This is where I need to be. Thank you for saving me, Joe. Not everyone would have turned around." Before I could respond, she opened the door and stepped out into the night. I watched her walk across the parking lot, her white dress glowing faintly in the darkness. She didn't look back, not once, just kept walking until she disappeared behind the gas station. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had happened, trying to make sense of it all. Eventually, I called my dispatcher and told them I was taking a personal day, that I'd complete the delivery tomorrow. I found a motel a few miles down the road and checked in, though I barely slept. The next morning, I drove back to that same gas station, told myself I just wanted to make sure Sarah was okay, that she'd found somewhere safe to stay. But when I asked the attendant if he'd seen a young woman in a white dress, he looked at me like I was crazy. "Nobody like that around here, mister," he said. "This town's too small for strangers to go unnoticed." I described her again, mid-20s, pale skin, dark hair. He just shook his head. On a hunch, I asked if there had been any accidents recently in Echo Canyon. The man's expression changed immediately. There was one about 2 weeks ago, he said slowly. Young woman's car went off the road. They found the wreck, but never found her body. Sarah something. It was in all the local papers. I felt the blood drain from my face. I've been home for 2 days now, haven't told anyone except my wife what happened, and even with her, I didn't share everything. How could I? She already thinks I'm traumatized from nearly having an accident in the canyon. If I told her about the whispers, the shadow man, and especially about Sarah, I don't know what I experienced that night. Don't know if I saved a ghost or if a ghost saved me. All I know is that I'm never driving through Echo Canyon again, not for any amount of money. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I think I can hear them again, those whispers, calling my name, waiting for me to come back. But I never will. Story 2. I've been driving trucks for just shy of 20 years now. Long-haul stuff, cross-country routes that take me through some of the most isolated parts of America. Most truckers have stories, weird things you see when you've spent half your life on the road. Hallucinations from fatigue, optical illusions from the endless white lines, that sort of thing. But what happened to me last month on Route 93 in Nevada wasn't my mind playing tricks. I've gone over it 1,000 times, and I still can't explain it. It was a Tuesday night, or technically Wednesday morning, around 2 a.m. I was hauling a load of scrap metal from Reno to Phoenix, a route I've done maybe 30 times before. The Nevada desert at night has this strange beauty to it. Just miles of nothing under a canopy of stars you never see in the cities. That night the moon was nearly full, casting this silver-blue light across the landscape. Under different circumstances, I might have found it peaceful. I remember checking my gauges and seeing I was running a little low on fuel, but not enough to worry about. The next gas station was about 70 miles ahead, and I had plenty to make it there. The temperature gauge read 71 degrees, warm for that time of night, but not unusual for the desert. I had the AC running at a low hum, just enough to keep comfortable. I hadn't passed another vehicle in over an hour. That's not unusual on Route 93, especially at that time of night. The isolation never bothered me before. It was actually one of the things I liked about night driving. Just me, my rig, and the open road. No traffic, no distractions. I was listening to a podcast about the Vietnam War to keep myself alert. The narrator's voice was the only sound besides the constant rumble of my engine and the tires on asphalt. Then my CB radio crackled. At first, I thought it was just static. Out there in the middle of nowhere, you don't expect to pick up signals. But then I heard a voice come through the static. It was faint, but clear enough that I could make out the words, "Driver on 93 South, mile marker 147, pull over now." I remember feeling confused. The voice sounded official, like maybe a highway patrol officer, but there was something off about it. It had this hollow quality, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. And why would Highway Patrol use CB instead of their sirens and lights if they wanted me to stop? I keyed the mic and responded, "This is eastbound on 93. Who am I speaking with?" Nothing but static came back. I tried again, asking who was out there, but still got no response. I checked my mirrors, looking for headlights behind me, but the road was empty in both directions. I was about to write it off as some kind of crossed signal when I noticed something ahead. Taillights, red pinpricks in the darkness that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. I hadn't seen any vehicles ahead of me for miles, but suddenly there was a truck maybe a quarter mile in front. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe they'd been running without lights for some reason and just turned them on. Stupid and dangerous. but you see all kinds of idiots on the road. As I got closer, I could make out that it was an old Peterbilt, probably from the 90s, pulling a standard box trailer. The taillights were flickering, like they had a loose connection. Something about that truck put me on edge right away. It was going maybe 50 in a 70 zone, forcing me to slow down as I approached. I flashed my lights, hoping they'd speed up or move over so I could pass. The truck didn't react at all. I remember checking my watch. It was 2:17 a.m. I made a note of the time because I was getting annoyed at the delay. Every minute counts when you're on a schedule. As I got closer, I could see the trailer was swaying slightly, even though the road was perfectly straight. The truck itself was dirty, covered in a layer of dust that looked almost gray in the moonlight, but there was no company logo I could see. Just an unmarked, filthy old Peterbilt crawling along the highway. I switched to the left lane to pass, and that's when things got really strange. As I pulled alongside the cab, I glanced over, expecting to see some half-asleep driver. But there was no one there. The cab was empty. I'm not talking about not being able to see clearly. I had a perfect view into that cab. The interior lights were on, illuminating an empty driver's seat. The steering wheel was moving slightly, adjusting to the road, but there were no hands on it. I nearly drove off the road in shock. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I looked again, the cab was still empty. My first thought was that it must be one of those experimental self-driving trucks I'd read about. But those are new, high-tech vehicles with all kinds of sensors and equipment. This was an old, beat-up Peterbilt that looked like it should have been scrapped years ago. I pressed the accelerator, wanting to get past this thing as quickly as possible. As I started to pull ahead, the truck suddenly accelerated too, matching my speed. I pushed harder, hitting 80, then 90. The empty truck kept pace with me effortlessly. Then it started drifting toward me, forcing me toward the shoulder. I had to brake to avoid being run off the road. As I fell behind, the truck slowed down too, keeping me trapped behind it. That's when my CB crackled again, the same hollow voice. "Pull over, now." My hands were sweating on the wheel. Part of me wanted to stop, to pull over and wait for whatever this was to pass. But a stronger instinct told me that stopping would be the worst thing I could do. I needed to get away from this truck. I tried to pass again, and this time the truck didn't try to block me. I accelerated past it, relief washing over me as I put distance between us. In my side mirror, I watched the taillights falling behind. Then they vanished completely. 1 second they were there, red points in my mirror, and the next, nothing. Just empty darkness. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Sleep deprivation can do strange things to your mind. I decided to pull over at the next rest area and get some coffee, maybe splash some water on my face. That's when I saw it again. The same truck, somehow ahead of me now, its tail lights flickering in the distance. I felt my stomach drop. There was no way it could have gotten in front of me without passing me, and I would have noticed that. As I got closer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The back door of the trailer was open, sliding up slowly, like it was being pushed from inside. The gap widened to about 3 feet, and I could see nothing but darkness within. Then something moved in that darkness. At first, I thought it was a shadow, a trick of the light, but then it emerged into the moonlight, and I saw it clearly. It was vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every possible way. Impossibly tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was a sickly grayish white, stretched tight over a skeletal frame like it had been vacuum sealed. Where its face should have been, there were just hollow depressions for eyes, and a mouth frozen in what looked like a silent scream. The thing moved in a jerky, unnatural way, like a marionette being controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. It climbed out onto the rear bumper of the trailer, never taking its eyeless gaze off my truck. Then it began to move along the side of the trailer, one hand still holding on, the other reaching out toward me with fingers that seemed to elongate as they stretched in my direction. I don't remember consciously deciding to back up. My body just reacted. I slammed the truck into reverse and hit the gas, tires screeching as I backed away. The thing kept coming, moving with a speed that didn't seem possible given its awkward gait. It reached the cab of the Peterbilt and began to climb up, still reaching toward me with those impossibly long fingers. I shifted gears and floored it, swerving around the phantom truck. As I passed it, I caught one last glimpse of the thing, now perched on top of the cab like some grotesque hood ornament, its head rotating to follow my movement with a fluidity that its body lacked. I drove like hell, pushing my rig to speeds it was never designed for. The engine screamed in protest, but I didn't care. All I wanted was to put as much distance between me and that thing as possible. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see headlights gaining on me, but the road behind remained empty. After about 20 minutes of driving at breakneck speed, I started to calm down enough to think rationally. I slowed to a more reasonable pace and tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I having some kind of breakdown? I'd heard stories of truckers who'd been on the road too long, seen things that weren't there, but this felt different, too real, too detailed to be a hallucination. I didn't stop driving until I reached Alamo, a small town about 70 miles south of where I'd seen the truck. There was a 24-hour diner there, and I pulled into the parking lot, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. Inside, I ordered coffee and sat in a booth where I could see my truck through the window. The waitress must have noticed something was wrong. She asked if I was okay, said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I nearly laughed at that. I sat in that diner until sunrise, drinking cup after cup of coffee, afraid to go back to my truck. When the sky finally began to lighten, I paid my bill and walked out, half expecting to see that old Peterbilt waiting for me. But there was only my rig, looking normal in the early morning light. I completed my delivery in Phoenix later that day, a full 3 hours behind schedule. My dispatcher wasn't happy, but I couldn't bring myself to explain why I was late. What would I even say? That I was chased by a ghost truck and its skeletal passenger? It's been 4 weeks now, and I haven't been back on Route 93. I've taken longer routes, made excuses about construction or bad weather. My boss is getting suspicious, but I don't care. I'm never driving that road again, especially not at night. I don't leave my CB radio on anymore either. I keep it turned off unless I absolutely need it. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I think I hear static coming from it, even though it's powered down. And sometimes, beneath the static, I think I hear that voice again. Pull over. Now. I don't know what I saw out there in the Nevada desert. Maybe it was fatigue. Maybe it was something in the desert air playing tricks on my mind. Or maybe Route 93 has secrets that most people never encounter. Whatever it was, it changed me. There are things out there in the darkness of America's highways that can't be explained, things that don't fit into our understanding of reality. And sometimes they find you. Story 3. I still can't sleep well at night. It's been over 4 years since my road trip along Route 66, and I find myself constantly checking over my shoulder, feeling like I'm being watched. I've never shared this with anyone because, honestly, Who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. Back in the summer of 2019, right after graduating college, I was feeling pretty lost about what to do next. My grandparents used to tell me stories about their road trips along Route 66 in the 60s, how it changed their lives, how the open road gave them clarity. So I decided to follow in their footsteps, hoping to find some direction. I saved up for months, fixed up my old Honda Civic, and packed everything I'd need for a 2-week journey from Chicago to Santa Monica. The first few days were exactly what I needed, stopping at roadside diners with the best pancakes I'd ever tasted, taking cheesy photos at the giant ketchup bottle in Illinois, meeting other travelers at motels with neon signs that buzzed through the night. By the 5th day, I was hitting my stride. The weight of post-graduation anxiety was lifting off my shoulders, and I felt free for the first time in years. I'd wake up early, grab coffee from whatever local place I could find, and hit the road with my windows down, music blasting. This was everything my grandparents had promised. Then came day 7. I'd just crossed into New Mexico, and the landscape had shifted dramatically. Red rock formations, vast empty spaces, and skies that seemed endless. I was making good time when I noticed a small, unmarked road branching off the main highway. My GPS showed it would eventually loop back to Route 66, and I figured I could explore a bit. The detour led me toward what looked like an abandoned town. A weathered wooden sign, barely hanging on by one nail, read, Santa Rosa, not the main Santa Rosa that tourists visit. This was different, smaller, forgotten. I should have turned around right then, but something about the place pulled me in. The town was essentially one dusty main street with boarded-up buildings on either side. Most were so weathered you couldn't even tell what they used to be. I parked in what must have been the town center and started walking around, taking photos with my phone. The silence was complete. No birds, no wind, just dead quiet that made the hair on my arms stand up. As the sun started to set, I decided I should get back on the road. That's when I noticed it, an old gas station at the end of the street. Something about it looked different from the other buildings, less abandoned somehow. The faded sign read, Sanderson's Gas and Service, and as I got closer, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Fresh tire tracks in the dust. I know I should have just gotten in my car and left, but curiosity got the better of me. The tracks led right up to the garage bay of the station. I walked closer, careful to stay quiet, though I couldn't have explained why I felt the need for stealth. The station's windows were filthy, but not broken like the others in town. I cupped my hands around my eyes and peered inside. The interior was dim, but I could make out an old-fashioned service counter, some shelves with what looked like ancient cans of oil, and a door leading to the back. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I started to hear something. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but there wasn't any wind that evening. It was whispers, multiple voices speaking so quietly I couldn't make out the words. I tried the front door, which opened with a creak that seemed to echo forever. The whispers immediately stopped. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. No response. Just that heavy, waiting silence. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight. The place smelled like old motor oil and something else I couldn't identify, something vaguely sweet but rotten. I moved toward the back door where I'd heard the whispers. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The door to the back room was ajar. I pushed it open slowly and froze. Standing in the middle of the room was a woman. She had her back to me, but I could see she was wearing a faded blue dress that looked straight out of the 60s. Her hair was styled in that big teased way women wore it back then. When she turned around, I almost screamed. Her face was gaunt, with dark circles under her eyes. But what really got me was her expression, a mixture of fear and relief that made no sense. She looked solid enough, but something about her seemed off, like she wasn't fully there. "You need to leave," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's almost time." "Time for what?" I asked, my own voice sounding strange to my ears. "Who are you?" She took a step toward me, and I instinctively backed up. "They'll be coming soon. They always do when someone new arrives. Please, you have to go now." Before I could ask who they were, a low rumbling sound came from outside, like a vehicle approaching. The woman's expression darkened, and panic flashed across her face. "Run!" she hissed. "Don't look back. Don't stop. Just get in your car and drive away from here. Stay on the main road. Promise me." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and bolted through the gas station, out the front door, and toward my car. The rumbling was getting louder, but I couldn't see any headlights or vehicles. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. I fumbled with my keys, dropped them, cursed, picked them up with shaking hands, and finally got my car door open. As I started the engine, I looked back at the gas station. The woman was standing in the doorway, watching me. Then, as the rumbling grew to a deafening roar, she simply disappeared. Not like she walked away. She literally faded out of existence, right before my eyes. I floored it out of that ghost town, not caring about the dust cloud I was kicking up or the rocks hitting my undercarriage. I drove like hell until I hit the main highway, then kept going for another hour before I felt safe enough to pull over at a truck stop. That night, I barely slept in my motel room. I kept hearing whispers just on the edge of my hearing, like someone was standing right outside my door, murmuring. Whenever I'd get up to check, there was no one there. I should have ended my trip right then, but something kept me going. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe it was something else pulling me forward. 2 days later, I reached Santa Fe. I was starting to feel normal again, convincing myself I'd just been tired and had imagined the whole thing in Santa Rosa. I visited the usual tourist spots, trying to get back into the carefree rhythm of my road trip. In the late afternoon, I wandered into the older part of town and found an abandoned chapel tucked away on a side street. It wasn't on any of the tourist maps, but the architecture was beautiful, weathered adobe with a small bell tower. The door was unlocked, which I took as an invitation. Inside, it was cool and dark, with dust motes dancing in the few beams of sunlight that made it through the windows. The pews were worn smooth from years of use, and faded paintings of saints lined the walls. I sat down in the back row, enjoying the silence and trying to process everything that had happened. "You're still here," a voice said, and my blood turned to ice. I looked up to see the same woman from the gas station, sitting in a pew across the aisle from me. In the better light, I could see her more clearly. She was probably in her 30s, with features that must have once been pretty, but now looked drawn and tired. Her blue dress was torn at the hem. "What are you doing here?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. "Who are you?" She gave me a sad smile. "I was lost, just like you. I was looking for something on that road, but I looked too hard, went too far off the path. Now I'm trapped." "Trapped how? What do you mean?" She looked out the window where the sun was starting to set. Route 66 has its own stories, its own guardians. Some are kind, some are not. The ones in Santa Rosa, they collect people who wander too far. I've been trying to warn travelers for decades. A chill ran through me. Decades? That's not possible. You're I started my trip in 1967, she cut in. Summer of love, they called it. I never made it to California. I wanted to tell her she was crazy, that this was some elaborate prank, but the conviction in her eyes stopped me. Why are you in Santa Fe then? How did you follow me? I didn't follow you. I'm in many places along the route, wherever someone needs warning. She leaned forward. Listen to me. You need to stay on the main road. Don't take any more detours, no matter how interesting they seem. Don't stop if someone waves you down. And whatever you do, don't drive this stretch at night. Suddenly, a wind swept through the chapel, which made no sense because all the windows were closed. The candles on the altar flickered wildly. The woman stood up. They know I'm talking to you. You need to go, now. I didn't argue. I ran out of that chapel like the devil himself was chasing me. As I reached the door, I heard her call out one last thing. My name is Clara. Remember me. I spent that night in the most crowded, well-lit tourist hotel I could find in Santa Fe. I kept all the lights on and the TV blaring. But even over the sound of late-night talk shows, I could hear them, the whispers, just on the edge of my perception. Sometimes they seemed urgent, warning. Other times they sounded like they were trying to lure me somewhere. For the rest of my trip, I did exactly as Clara had said. I stayed on the main road. I only drove during daylight hours. I slept in crowded motels, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, followed. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a glimpse of a blue dress or hear a whispered, "Remember." As I got closer to California, the whispers changed. They became less urgent, less warning, and more peaceful, like they were saying goodbye. The night before I reached Santa Monica, I dreamed of Clara. She was standing on the beach, looking out at the ocean, her dress and hair blowing in the wind. She turned to me and smiled. Not the sad smile from before, but a genuine one. "You made it," she said. "Remember what happened. Remember me." When I woke up, the whispers were gone. I finished my trip the next day, putting my feet in the Pacific Ocean as my grandparents had done decades before. I should have felt accomplished, triumphant. Instead, I felt hollow. I spent the next few days researching Clara and Route 66 and Santa Rosa in every combination I could think of. In a dusty archive of a local historical society, I found a small newspaper clipping from July 1967. Local woman missing, car found abandoned. There was a grainy photo of a smiling young woman in a light-colored dress. The caption read, "Clara Jennings, 32, last seen at Sanderson's gas station near Santa Rosa." That was 4 years ago. I've never gone back to Route 66, never even driven through New Mexico again. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear the whispers starting up again. And sometimes, when I look in my rear-view mirror while driving at dusk, I swear I can see her sitting in my back seat, her eyes warning me to stay on the main road. Route 66 has its stories, its history, but it also has its ghosts, its whispers, and they're still out there, waiting for travelers who wander too far from the path. Story 4. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since Halloween night, and I keep waking up to the sound of those damn whispers. My roommate thinks I should see someone, but how do I explain what happened without sounding completely insane? I need to write this down, get it out of my system. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. For context, I'm Emily. I run a paranormal podcast called Haunted Truth with my 3 friends from college, Mark, Sarah, and David. We started it as a joke in sophomore year, visiting supposedly haunted places and debunking myths. Nothing serious ever happened until Cedar Grove. Cedar Grove Asylum sits about 2 hours north of our campus, deep in the New Hampshire woods. The building is massive, all red brick and Victorian architecture, with these imposing turrets and barred windows. It operated from 1870-something until the mid-60s, when it was shut down after some patients broke out. And, well, the stories vary depending on who you ask. Some say they attacked staff, others claim there were medical experiments happening there. The property's been abandoned ever since. We'd been planning this trip for months. Halloween night seemed perfect. Cliché, I know, but great for podcast ratings. We packed our equipment that afternoon. David's professional camera gear, our audio recorders, some flashlights, and extra batteries. Sarah brought snacks because she always does, and Mark made sure we had first aid supplies since the building was literally falling apart. The drive up was normal. We were all excited, joking around, planning which sections to explore first. We arrived just after sunset. I remember getting out of the car and feeling this immediate heaviness in the air. It was unusually quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. The asylum loomed ahead of us, silhouetted against the darkening sky. Its windows were like empty eye sockets staring down at us. "This place is even creepier than the pictures," Sarah whispered, clutching her backpack. Breaking in wasn't difficult. The local teenagers had clearly found ways in over the years. There was a side door with a broken lock that swung open with minimal effort. The smell hit us first, musty, damp, with something underneath I couldn't identify. Almost medicinal, but rotten somehow. The entrance hall was massive, with peeling paint and water damage everywhere. Moonlight filtered through broken windows, casting long shadows across the floor. David set up his camera while Mark began recording audio. Sarah and I swept our flashlights across the walls, revealing old notices and signs still hanging crookedly. "Patient check-in procedures," I read from one yellowed paper. "All belongings to be surrendered upon admission." "Guys, look at this," David called, pointing his light at an old patient registry book, its pages warped with moisture. Some of the names were still legible, alongside diagnoses like female hysteria and moral insanity. We spent about an hour in the main areas, recording our standard intro for the podcast. Everything felt normal, just urban exploration stuff. But then Mark suggested we split up to cover more ground. "Emily and I can take the west wing," he said. "Sarah and David, you guys check out the east?" In hindsight, splitting up was our first mistake. The West Wing housed the more intensive treatment areas. We found rusted hydrotherapy tubs, straps still attached to their sides. There were rooms with padding hanging in strips from the walls, and one larger room with what looked like an early electroshock therapy machine. I was photographing it when Mark called me over. I found something weird," he said, shining his light down a narrow corridor I hadn't noticed before. "I think this is the isolation ward." I felt a strange pull toward that hallway, like something was beckoning me. That should have been my warning to turn back, but instead, I followed Mark deeper into the building. The isolation ward was a series of small, windowless cells, each with a heavy metal door. Most were open, revealing tiny spaces barely big enough for a bed. What disturbed me most were the walls, covered in scratch marks, some spelling out words I couldn't make out completely. Names, maybe? Pleas for help? "Jesus," Mark whispered, running his fingers over the deep grooves in the concrete. These weren't made with fingernails. They'd break before making marks this deep. "Then what made them?" I asked, but Mark just shook his head. I was examining one particularly dense cluster of scratches when I felt something. Not a sound or a sight, but a presence. Like when you know someone's watching you. I turned toward one of the cells at the end of the hallway, the only one with its door nearly closed. "I'm going to check that last one," I told Mark, who was still recording audio in another cell. As I approached the door, the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, which made no sense for late October in New Hampshire. It was cold outside, but not freezing. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the loud creak of rusted hinges. Inside was different from the others. This cell had what looked like childish drawings on the walls, stick figures and houses, and what might have been animals, all drawn in something dark brown that had oxidized over time. I stepped fully inside, fascinated and disturbed. That's when I heard it, the door slamming shut behind me. I spun around, heart racing, and tried the handle. It wouldn't budge. "Mark," I called out, pounding on the door. "The door closed. I'm stuck." I heard his footsteps rushing over, then his voice through the thick metal. "Emily, hold on. I'm trying to open it." I could hear him struggling with the handle, but it wouldn't move. Then his voice tight with panic. "The whole ward just sealed off. I'm trapped in here too." The main door to the hallway slammed shut. My flashlight flickered, then steadied. I turned back toward the cell, trying to stay calm, and that's when I noticed something I'd missed before. In the corner farthest from the door was a shape, hunched, almost human-sized, rocking slightly back and forth. My throat closed up. I couldn't scream, couldn't call for Mark. I just stood there, watching as the figure slowly, so slowly, turned toward me. Its face, God, I still see it when I close my eyes. Gaunt beyond starvation, skin stretched tight over bone, but the eyes were just empty sockets, black and endless, and its mouth was stretched into this grotesque grin, too wide for any human face. It lunged at me, not moving like a person, but like something that had never learned how bodies should move, all wrong angles and jerky motions. I finally found my voice and screamed, pressing myself against the door. The thing was inches from my face when it just dissolved, like smoke dispersing in wind, except there was no wind in that sealed room. The door clicked and swung open, sending me stumbling backward into the hallway where Mark was calling my name. He looked pale, sweaty. "Did you see it too?" I gasped. "See what?" "I was trying to get the main door open when it just unlocked itself," he said. But I kept hearing these whispers, like dozens of people talking at once, just below where I could make out the words. We didn't wait around. We rushed back toward the main hall, calling for Sarah and David on our radios. They responded immediately, their voices shaking. "We need to leave, now." Sarah's voice crackled through the static. "We saw something in the records room, a rocking chair moving by itself. Then we heard giggling, like a child." "Where are you?" Mark demanded. "Near the East Wing playroom," David answered. We followed the sound and found, I don't know how to explain it. It looked like a child standing with its back to us, but when it turned around... "Black eyes?" I asked, already knowing. "Yes," Sarah whispered, and it smiled at us, but it didn't speak. It just made this sound, like dozens of whispers all at once. We ran. We arranged to meet in the main hall. Mark and I got there first, our flashlights sweeping the darkness. The whispers started again, louder now, coming from every direction. I couldn't understand the words, but they sounded urgent, angry. Sarah and David burst into the hall moments later, David still filming everything. The whispers grew deafening, and the temperature plummeted. Our breath fogged in front of us as we backed toward the exit. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a dark shape darting between columns, then another and another. The shadows themselves seemed to be detaching from the walls, moving independently. "Run!" Mark shouted, grabbing my arm. We sprinted for the entrance, the whispers chasing us. I swear I felt cold fingers brush the back of my neck. We burst through the door into the cool night air, not stopping until we reached the car. David threw his equipment in the trunk while Mark started the engine. We peeled out of there, tires spitting gravel. None of us spoke for the first 20 minutes of the drive. Sarah was silently crying. David kept checking his camera footage. Mark's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Finally, back on the main highway, we pulled over at a gas station. David connected his camera to his laptop. "Most of it's corrupted," he said, scrolling through files. "But this came through." He turned the screen toward us. It was a single frame, partially distorted, but clear enough to make out that face. The gaunt, hollow-eyed thing I'd seen in the cell, its grotesque smile stretched too wide, too wrong. We uploaded that image and our audio recordings to our podcast site the next day. It went viral immediately. Our subscriber count tripled, then quadrupled. We've had offers from paranormal TV shows and documentary filmmakers, but none of us will go back to Cedar Grove. Ever. The thing is, it doesn't feel over. Sometimes I wake up at 3:15 in the morning, the exact time we were in that asylum, and I swear I can hear those whispers again. Sarah says she's seen a child-sized shadow in her apartment. David's camera equipment malfunctions constantly now. And Mark hasn't been answering our calls for 3 days. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I think it followed us home, and I don't know how to make it stop. Story 5. I still don't know why I took that back road shortcut. My GPS had died about an hour before, and my phone showed no service whatsoever. I was just trying to make it to my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner in Carson City. It was supposed to be a simple 6-hour drive from Portland, but here I was, completely lost on some winding mountain road as the afternoon started fading. The fog rolled in so fast, I barely had time to react. 1 minute, I could see maybe 50 feet ahead. The next, it was like driving through a cloud, pure white in every direction. I slowed to maybe 15 miles per hour, squinting through my windshield, knuckles white on the steering wheel. The fog was so thick, my headlights just reflected back at me, making it even harder to see. After crawling along for what felt like forever, I spotted a wooden sign on the roadside. Braxton Ridge, Pop, 243. I nearly cried with relief. A town meant people, directions, maybe even a place to stay until the fog lifted. The road widened slightly as I entered what I assumed was the town. Old-fashioned street lamps cast weak, yellowish halos in the fog. I could make out the shapes of buildings on either side. Nothing modern, just what looked like early 20th century storefronts and houses. The place had that eerie stillness you sometimes find in really small towns, but this was different somehow, more complete. No cars moved on the streets. No people walked the sidewalks. Every building was dark except for a single structure ahead with a hanging wooden sign, Silver Ridge Inn. I parked my car right in front of it, noticing how the fog seemed to swirl around my headlights before I turned them off. The inn was a 3-story Victorian-style building with peeling white paint and dark shutters. A dim light glowed behind the front windows. The silence when I stepped out of my car was absolute. No distant traffic, no music from buildings, not even insects or birds, just the soft sound of moisture dripping from eaves. The air felt heavy, almost thick in my lungs, and unusually cold for late spring. I grabbed my overnight bag and approached the inn's front door, which creaked loudly when I pushed it open. A small bell jangled overhead, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. The lobby was something straight out of the 1920s. Faded floral wallpaper, a wooden reception desk with an actual physical guest book, and brass keys hanging on hooks behind the counter. The place smelled of old wood, dust, and something else I couldn't quite place, something slightly metallic. I waited at the desk for a minute before calling out, "Hello? Anyone here?" A door behind the desk opened, and a man stepped through. He was tall and impossibly thin, with skin so pale it was almost translucent. His eyes were light gray, almost colorless, and his white hair was slicked back from a high forehead. He wore an outdated black suit with a high collar. "Good evening," he said, his voice surprisingly deep for his frail appearance. "Welcome to Silver Ridge Inn." He didn't smile. "Hi, I got caught in this fog and need a place to stay until it clears. Do you have any rooms available?" The man studied me for an uncomfortably long moment. "Only for the night," he finally said, his tone carrying some meaning I couldn't decipher. It wasn't a question or an offer. It sounded almost like a warning. "That's fine," I replied, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Just until the fog lifts." He nodded slowly and turned the guest book toward me. I noticed his hands, long bony fingers with prominent knuckles and almost bluish nails. "Sign here," he instructed. I scribbled my name, Elijah Mercer, and watched as he selected a key from the wall. "Room 7, second floor, end of the hall." He placed the heavy brass key on the counter. Dinner was served at 6. Kitchen's closed now. I checked my watch, 7:45. "That's okay. I have some snacks in my bag." "Don't leave the inn after dark," he said abruptly. "The fog, it gets thicker." Before I could ask what he meant, he disappeared through the door behind the desk, leaving me alone in the lobby. My room was as outdated as the lobby. A wrought iron bed with a sagging mattress, faded wallpaper, and a small bathroom with ancient plumbing. The single window looked out over the town's main street, though I could see little through the fog. I tried calling my sister to let her know I'd be late, but my phone still showed no service. The room had no TV, no Wi-Fi information, not even a phone. It was like stepping back in time. I sat on the bed, munching on a granola bar from my bag, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. Just a weird old town with a weird old inn. The fog would lift by morning, and I'd be on my way. That's when I heard it. A soft, haunting melody. A whistling sound, but not like someone casually whistling a tune. This was different, like notes from some kind of pipe or flute, rising and falling in a pattern that made the hair on my arms stand up. I went to the window and peered out. The fog had thinned just enough that I could make out a figure on the street below. An old man in what looked like miner's clothes, walking slowly down the center of the road. He held something to his lips, a small pipe or whistle, and played that eerie melody as he moved. As I watched, shadows seemed to stir in doorways and alleyways along the street. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks in the fog, but then I saw them. Dark silhouettes, emerging from buildings, moving slowly toward the street, following the old man with the whistle. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be exhausted from driving, but when I looked again, there were more of them. They moved strangely, not quite walking normally, more like they were drifting along. I couldn't make out any features through the fog, just their shapes, dozens of them now, following the whistler. My curiosity overrode my unease. I grabbed my room key and jacket and headed downstairs. The lobby was empty, the desk unattended. I hesitated at the front door, remembering the innkeeper's warning about not going out after dark, but I needed to know what was happening. The moment I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't natural, more like the cold of a meat locker, dry and penetrating. The fog had thickened again, but I could still hear the whistling, now coming from what I guessed was the town square a block away. I followed the sound, moving cautiously through the fog. The buildings on either side were all dark, many with boarded windows. Some had signs that should have been illuminated: a cafe, a general store, what looked like a small movie theater, but everything was dead, frozen in time. As I approached what seemed to be the town square, the whistling grew louder. I could make out a gathering of those shadowy figures, forming a circle around the old man with the pipe. There had to be at least 50 of them, standing completely still. I moved closer, straining to see through the fog. That's when I noticed something odd about the figures. They weren't quite solid. The fog seemed to pass through them, like they were made of something less substantial than flesh. My foot hit a loose piece of pavement, sending it skittering across the ground. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. The whistling stopped abruptly. Every figure in the square turned toward me simultaneously. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. The fog seemed to close in around me, becoming thicker with each step. It wasn't behaving like normal fog. It moved against me, pushing back, slowing me down. I could no longer see the street lamps or buildings, just white in every direction. I wasn't even sure I was heading back toward the inn anymore. Panic clawed at my throat as I pushed forward, the fog growing denser, almost solid against my body. Then I hit something hard, a wall or door, and felt around until my hand found a doorknob. I wrenched it open and practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me. I was back in the Silver Ridge Inn lobby, gasping for breath. The innkeeper stood behind the desk, watching me with those pale eyes. "I warned you," he said quietly. "What?" I had to catch my breath. "What the hell is going on in this town? Who are those people?" He tilted his head slightly. "Not people. Not anymore." "What does that mean?" My voice came out higher than I intended. The innkeeper moved around the desk, his movements unnaturally fluid. Braxton Ridge was a mining town, prosperous once, until the collapses. Collapses? 1923. The tunnels gave way, 176 souls lost. He spoke matter-of-factly, like reciting historical facts. The town was ordered abandoned. Too dangerous, they said. The remaining residents were supposed to relocate. But some stayed, I guessed, my mouth dry. He nodded. Some couldn't leave, some wouldn't. Stubborn folk, miners. And the old man with the whistle? The foreman. He called the shifts with that whistle. Now he calls them for other purposes. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold. What purposes? The innkeeper looked toward the window, where the fog pressed against the glass like something alive. The town needs souls, Mr. Mercer. New souls. To replace those that have faded. I backed toward the stairs. I'm leaving. As soon as the fog lifts, I'm out of here. He smiled for the first time. A thin, humorless expression that didn't reach his eyes. The fog doesn't lift for everyone. Not for those it wants to keep. A sharp whistle note pierced the air outside, much closer now. The innkeeper glanced toward the door. He's coming. They're all coming. They sensed you. He looked back at me. You can't run. I didn't wait to hear more. I bolted up the stairs to my room, locked the door, and shoved the room's single chair under the handle. I was breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. Through the window, I could see them, countless shadowy figures surrounding the inn, their eyes glowing faintly in the fog. The old whistler stood at the front, his pipe lowered now, staring up at my window. Even through the fog, I could tell he was smiling. I spent the night huddled in the corner of the room, as far from the window as possible. The figures remained outside, watching, waiting. Sometimes the whistler would play a few notes and they would shift position, but they never left. Somehow, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I woke, sunlight was streaming through the window. The fog had lifted. The street outside was empty. I grabbed my bag and ran downstairs. The lobby was deserted. No sign of the strange innkeeper. I rushed outside to my car, started the engine, and sped out of town, not once looking back. That was 3 days ago. I made it to Carson City, made up some excuse about car trouble to my sister. I tried looking up Braxton Ridge online later. Nothing. No record of a town by that name. No record of mine collapses in that area. The road I took doesn't even appear on most maps. But here's the thing. Every morning since then, there's been fog outside my window. Not normal fog. It presses against the glass like it's trying to get in. And sometimes, just before dawn, I swear I can hear the faint sound of a whistle. I don't think I escaped. I think they're just letting me believe I did. I think the trapped souls of Braxton Ridge are still watching, waiting for me. The innkeeper was right. The fog never forgets. Story 6. I've been a truck driver for almost 18 years now. Long hauls, short hauls, you name it. I've done them all. But what happened to me last summer is something I still can't make sense of, and I'm only sharing it here because I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me understand what the hell happened out there. It was mid-July 2019. I was doing a cross-country haul from Fresno, California to Albany, New York. Fresh produce, mostly lettuce and tomatoes. Pretty standard stuff. The first day went smoothly. I was making good time, had my podcasts playing, and was feeling good about hitting my schedule. As the sun was setting, I crossed into Arizona on Interstate 10. The sky was this deep orange-purple color, one of those desert sunsets you never really get tired of, even after years on the road. I decided I'd stop at this truck stop I knew just past Tucson. Been there dozens of times before. Good diner, clean showers, decent security, the kind of place where you can get a solid night's sleep without worrying about your cargo. I pulled in around 8:30, parked in my usual spot near the back where it's quieter, and headed straight for the diner. I was starving after driving for 10 hours. The place was about half full, usual mix of truckers, some locals, nothing out of the ordinary. I sat at the counter and ordered the meatloaf special. While I was waiting, I couldn't help overhearing these 3 older drivers in the booth behind me. They were talking quietly, but I could make out enough. They were discussing drivers who had gone missing along this stretch of I-10 over the years. At first, I thought they were just sharing urban legends. You know how truckers are with their stories. But there was something in their voices. They weren't trying to spook each other. They were genuinely concerned. One of them mentioned a guy named Rodriguez who disappeared 3 months ago. Left the same truck stop I was sitting in, heading east, and just vanished. His truck was found 2 days later at a rest area about 40 miles down the road. Engine still running, driver's door open, no sign of him. His wallet, phone, everything was still there. I tried not to listen, but it was getting under my skin. When my food arrived, I focused on eating, and eventually, they left. I finished my meal and decided to use the facilities before heading back to my truck. The restrooms were down a hallway past the showers. As I was walking back, I noticed a door marked "Employees Only." Nothing unusual about that, except there was this sound coming from inside. A low humming, almost like an electrical transformer, but not quite. It had a rhythm to it that wasn't mechanical. I paused for a second, and that's when the door opened a crack. I expected to see someone come out, but nobody did. The door just opened by itself about an inch or two. The humming got louder. I should have just kept walking, but curiosity got the better of me. I peeked through the crack. It was dark inside. I couldn't see much, but what I could make out didn't look like a storage room or office. It looked empty, just black and cold. I could feel cold air seeping out. The humming seemed to be coming from somewhere deep inside the room. Then I got this overwhelming feeling of dread, like something was watching me from the darkness. I backed away and practically jogged back to my truck. I told myself I was being stupid, that I was just tired, and those missing trucker stories had gotten to me. I locked myself in my cab, did my log, and tried to get some sleep. But I couldn't shake this feeling that something wasn't right. After tossing and turning for about an hour, I decided to keep driving. Sometimes that helps. Clear my head. Back on I-10 heading east, the traffic was sparse. Just the occasional car and a few trucks. Around 10:45, another semi passed me going well over the speed limit. Nothing unusual about that, except when he passed, I got a clear look at the driver's face in my headlights. The guy looked absolutely terrified. His eyes were wide, and he was gripping the wheel like his life depended on it. He didn't even glance my way, just stared straight ahead with this expression of pure fear. It shook me up. I kept thinking about the missing drivers, that humming room, and now this scared shitless trucker. By midnight I was exhausted and knew I needed to stop. I wasn't thinking straight anymore. About 20 miles ahead, I spotted a sign for a motel just off the next exit. It wasn't one I recognized, but at that point, I just needed a real bed and a door I could lock. The motel was this rundown place from the 70s, Desert Moon Motel with a flickering neon sign. The parking lot was big enough for my rig, and there were only 3 other vehicles there, an old pickup, a sedan with Arizona plates, and a minivan. I parked as far from the other vehicles as possible and went to the office. The guy at the front desk was ancient, had to be in his 80s, barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when I walked in. I asked for a room, and he handed me a key, an actual metal key, not a key card, to room 12. As he handed it over, he gave me this strange look and said, "Highway's been busy tonight." I nodded, not really knowing what to say to that, paid in cash, and headed to my room. It was about what you'd expect: dated furniture, questionable bedspread, but surprisingly clean. I took a quick shower and lay down, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind kept racing, replaying everything that had happened. The missing truckers, the humming room, the terrified driver, the old man's comment. After about 30 minutes, I gave up and decided to step outside for some fresh air. The desert night was cool, and the sky was clear, filled with stars. I walked around the side of the motel, smoking a cigarette, trying to calm my nerves. That's when I saw her, a woman standing at the edge of the parking lot where it met the desert. She was maybe in her 40s, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, but they were dirty and torn. Her hair was a mess, and even from a distance, I could tell something wasn't right with her. She was swaying slightly, staring out at the highway. I should have gone back to my room, but instead I called out, "Hey, you okay?" She turned to me so fast it startled me. Her eyes, they were bloodshot and wild. She started walking toward me, not in a threatening way, but like she was desperate to tell me something. "They're coming for you," she said, her voice raspy like she hadn't used it in days. "They're coming for your soul, just like they came for mine." I backed up a step. "What? Who's coming?" "The ones who own the highway," she whispered, now just a few feet away. "They collect us. They feed on our fear. You need to leave, now, while you still can." My heart was pounding. I wanted to dismiss her as crazy, but after everything that had happened, I couldn't. "What are you talking about? Who owns the highway?" She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. "I escaped, but they'll find me soon. I've been hiding. You need to go, now. Get in your truck and drive, but don't stop on I-10. Don't stop until you're out of Arizona." I pulled away from her, and she didn't try to hold on. She just stared at me with those terrified eyes. Then she glanced over my shoulder and gasped. "They're here," she whispered, and before I could turn around, she bolted into the desert, disappearing into the darkness. I spun around, expecting to see someone, but the parking lot was empty. Still, I felt watched. The air seemed heavier somehow, and there was a faint sound, that same humming I'd heard at the truck stop. I ran back to my room, grabbed my stuff, and was back in my truck within 3 minutes. I didn't even check out. As I pulled back onto I-10, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer. The highway was empty, and the moon cast an eerie glow over the desert landscape. I kept checking my mirrors, convinced someone was following me, but there was nothing there. For about 20 minutes, I drove in silence, pushing my speed to just over the limit. Then I noticed headlights behind me, a truck by the height of them. It was far back, but it was there. I told myself it was just another trucker, nothing to worry about. But after 10 minutes, I realized it was maintaining the exact same distance behind me, no matter how I varied my speed. I sped up to 75. The truck behind me sped up too. I slowed down to 60. So did they. My palms were sweating now, and my mouth was dry. I needed to get off this highway. At the next exit, I took a sharp turn onto a state road without signaling. The truck behind me missed the exit, and for a moment, I felt relief. The state road was poorly lit and wound through hills. I drove for about 5 miles, my breathing finally starting to slow, when my headlights caught something ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, skidding to a stop just feet away from him. It was the driver I'd seen earlier, the terrified one who had passed me. He was standing there, illuminated by my headlights, his hands raised. I was frozen, unsure what to do. Then he ran to my passenger door, pounding on it, yelling for me to let him in. Against all common sense, I unlocked the door. He scrambled in, breathless and shaking. "Drive! Go into the woods! They can't follow us there!" "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, but I was already putting the truck in gear. "There's a logging road up ahead on the right," he gasped. "Take it! Hurry!" I spotted the dirt road and turned onto it. It was barely wide enough for my truck, branches scraping the sides as we bumped along. After about half a mile, he told me to stop. "We need to go on foot from here," he said. "Leave the keys. We'll come back for it." "Are you crazy? I'm not leaving my rig." "You want to live? Then follow me." He was already out the door. I don't know why I followed him. Maybe it was the absolute certainty in his voice, or the fact that everything about this night had been so wrong already. I grabbed my flashlight and phone and followed him into the woods. We walked for about 10 minutes, deeper into the forest. He moved like he knew where he was going, occasionally looking back to make sure I was still behind him. Finally, we reached a small clearing. "My name's Dan," he said, finally stopping. "I've been driving this route for 12 years. 3 nights ago, I picked up a hitchhiker at that truck stop near Tucson. Big mistake. What happened? I asked. He seemed normal at first. Then he started talking about the highway, how it was hungry, how it needed to be fed. I thought he was just some religious nut, but then he changed. His eyes went black, and he started this humming sound. I pulled over and told him to get out. He did, but he said they'd be coming for me now, that I'd been marked. Dan was pacing now, running his hands through his hair. I didn't believe him until the next night. I started seeing things on the road, people standing on the shoulder who disappeared when I got close. And the humming, always that humming, and I could feel something following me. Tonight, it almost caught me. I passed you and kept driving until my truck ran out of gas. Then I started running. What are they? I asked, my voice barely audible. I don't know exactly, but I talked to an old trucker in New Mexico yesterday. He said they're some kind of ancient entities that feed on fear and souls. They've been using the highways as hunting grounds for decades. All those missing persons reports, those missing truckers, that's them. He stopped and looked at me intently. There's a way to buy time, though, the old man told me. We need to honor those who disappeared, leave something of value at a marker. From his pocket, he pulled out a small metal cross. This was my dad's. He was a trucker too. Disappeared on I-40 in 1997. I think they got him. Dan walked to a large tree at the edge of the clearing and placed the cross at its base. A tribute, he said, to all the drivers they've taken. As soon as he placed it there, the woods went completely silent. No insects, no wind, nothing. The air felt less oppressive somehow. We stood there for several minutes, neither of us speaking. I think it worked, Dan finally whispered. I don't feel them anymore. I was about to agree when we heard it, a low growling sound coming from the direction we had come. Dan's face went pale. We need to go, now. We ran back toward our trucks, the forest suddenly alive with sounds, branches breaking, leaves rustling, but not from wind. Something was moving through the trees parallel to us, keeping pace. The growling got louder, and with it came that humming sound again. We reached my truck, gasping for breath. "Drive!" Dan yelled, already climbing in. "Get back to the highway!" I fired up the engine and reversed down the logging road until I found a spot wide enough to turn around. As we bumped back toward the state road, I glanced in my mirror. The tree line behind us seemed to be moving, shadows stretching toward us like fingers. We made it back to I-10 and headed east, pushing my rig as fast as it would go. Dan sat silently beside me, staring out the windshield. After about an hour, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. "Pull over at the next rest area," Dan finally said. "My truck's back there somewhere. I need to report it." I didn't want to stop, but I could feel the adrenaline wearing off, and exhaustion was setting in. I pulled into the rest area, which was already busy with morning travelers. Normal people getting coffee, walking dogs, stretching their legs. It all seemed so surreal after what we'd been through. Dan got out and turned to me. "Whatever you do, don't pick up hitchhikers, and don't stop at that truck stop again, ever." Then he walked toward the main building, presumably to call for help. I never saw Dan again. I don't know if he got his truck back or what happened to him. I completed my delivery to Albany and took a different route back west. I've avoided I-10 ever since. I still drive, but something changed in me that night. I'm more careful now. I don't drive after dark if I can help it. I don't stop at unfamiliar places. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my cab at night, I swear I can hear that humming sound, just at the edge of my hearing. I don't know what's out there on Interstate 10. I don't know if it's something supernatural or if I had some kind of breakdown. All I know is that whatever happened that night was real to me, and I'm not the only one who's experienced it. So if you're driving through Arizona at night and you see a scared-looking trucker speeding past you, or a disheveled woman at a motel warning you about them, don't dismiss it, and maybe find another route. Story 7. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 months now. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. My therapist suggested I write it down, get it out of my system somehow. So here goes. I worked the night shift at Morgan Insurance for about 8 months before the incident. It's this decrepit old 5-story building on the outskirts of Millbrook that's seen better days. Way better days. The place used to be bustling with employees back in the 90s, but now it's mostly empty offices with those generic motivational posters still hanging crooked on the walls. You know the ones. Teamwork, with people rowing a boat or whatever. My job was simple. Answer calls from policyholders in different time zones, take messages, and do some basic data entry. Nothing complicated. The company kept a skeleton crew during day hours, maybe 15 people total, but at night, it was just me, just Alex, alone in a building with capacity for 300. The night it happened was October 12th. I remember because I'd been complaining to my mom earlier that day about how I needed to buy a Halloween costume for my nephew's party, and she reminded me I only had 19 days left. Stupid detail to remember, I know, but my brain clings to the normal parts of that day like a life raft. It was foggy that night, not the light, misty kind, but the thick soup that makes streetlights look like they're underwater. I couldn't even see the 7-Eleven across the street from the 4th floor window of my desk. My shift started at 11 p.m. as usual. I did my standard routine, made coffee in the break room, logged into the ancient computer system, checked my emails, and waited for calls that rarely came. By 2 a.m., I hadn't received a single call. Not unusual, but still boring as hell. The building made all those noises old buildings make, creaking pipes, the hum of ancient fluorescent lights that flickered randomly, the ventilation system that sounded like someone breathing through a straw. I was used to it all by then. At exactly 2:16, I remember glancing at the computer clock. I was standing by the window, trying to see anything through the fog. The streets were empty, not even the occasional car, just fog and silence. That's when the phone rang. The sound nearly made me jump out of my skin. I hurried back to my desk and picked up, using my standard greeting. "Morgan Insurance, this is Alex. How can I help you tonight?" The line was full of static. At first, I thought it was a bad connection, but beneath the crackling, I could hear someone breathing. Heavy, labored breathing, like they'd been running. "Hello?" I repeated. "Morgan Insurance, can I help you?" The breathing continued, then a voice, strained, desperate, broke through. "Don't go. They're watching. Don't leave me, please." My first thought was that it was a prank call. We got those sometimes, bored teenagers or drunk college kids, but something about the genuine fear in this voice made my skin crawl. "Sir, are you in danger? Do you need me to call emergency services?" I asked, already reaching for my cell phone. The static intensified and the voice dropped to a whisper. "They're here." Then the line went dead. I sat there for a moment, receiver still in hand, heart pounding. Part of my job was to log every call, even wrong numbers, so I noted the time and that it was a distressed caller, possible prank. I tried to shake it off. Working alone at night, your imagination can run wild if you let it. By 2:30, I needed to do my hourly patrol. It was company policy. Walk the entire 4th floor, check that everything was secure, sign the logbook. Usually, I welcomed these patrols as a break from sitting. Not that night. The moment I stepped away from my desk area, I noticed how much colder the building felt. October in Millbrook isn't usually that cold, but it felt like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the hallway. The fluorescent lights overhead seemed dimmer than usual, and the shadows in the corners of the hallway looked deeper, more solid somehow, like they were swallowing the light instead of being created by it. As I passed the bank of elevators, I heard the phone at my desk ring again. I jogged back, not wanting to miss a call, especially if it was the same person possibly in trouble. Morgan Insurance, this is Alex. The same static, the same breathing. But this time, the voice came through clearer. Don't leave. My heart started racing. Who is this? What do you want? Behind you, the voice whispered. And that's when I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway I'd just left. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the worn carpet. But our floor was keycard access only. Nobody else should have been there. There's someone in the building, I whispered into the phone, not sure why I was telling this stranger, who was probably the one messing with me. She's behind you, the voice said. I spun around so fast I almost fell out of my chair. There was nothing there, just the empty doorway leading to the hallway, the shadows seeming to pulse slightly in the flickering light. Stop it, I hissed into the phone. This isn't funny. The voice became urgent. Don't hang up. Don't leave. She's there. I grabbed my cell phone and tried to call security, who were stationed in a building across the corporate campus. No signal. I tried the landline to dial out, but the line was dead. Just that call, connected to whoever or whatever was on the other end. That's when I heard the elevator ding. In the 8 months I'd worked there, I'd never heard the elevator move during my shift. Never. Those elevators required a key card after 7 p.m., and even during the day, they rattled and groaned like they were on their last legs. But this ding was clear, crisp. She's coming, the voice on the phone said. I stood frozen, staring at the hallway. The elevator doors slid open with a quiet whoosh. From my desk, I could only see a sliver of the elevator interior. But what I saw, or rather, what I didn't see, made my blood run cold. The elevator was empty, not just empty of people, but empty. No floor, no walls, no ceiling, just a black void where the elevator car should have been, an impossible yawning darkness. Run, the voice on the phone said. I didn't need to be told twice. I dropped the receiver, grabbed my keycard and phone, and bolted toward the emergency stairs at the opposite end of the floor. As I ran past rows of empty cubicles, I swear I could hear the sound of the phone receiver dangling from my desk, the tinny voice still calling out warnings. The stairwell was dark, lit only by dim emergency lights. I fumbled with my keycard at the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely swipe it. When the light finally turned green and the lock clicked, I yanked the door open and practically fell into the stairwell. I had just pulled the door closed behind me when I heard whispering, not from behind me in the office, but from above me in the stairwell. Multiple voices, overlapping, too quiet to make out the words, but growing louder with each second. I started down the stairs, taking them 2, sometimes 3 at a time, nearly twisting my ankle in the process. 4 flights down to the ground floor. As I rounded the landing between the 4th and 3rd floors, the emergency lights flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, I swear I saw a figure standing on the stairs above me. Just a silhouette, motionless, watching. When the lights stabilized, there was nothing there. But the whispering had grown louder. By the time I reached the 2nd floor landing, I could make out words among the whispers. "Don't leave us. Stay. She's waiting. Help us." The ground floor door was just ahead. I practically threw myself at it, swiping my key card with trembling hands. The lock clicked, and I burst through into the building's main lobby. The lobby was dark except for the exit signs and the dim light filtering in from the street lamps outside. The fog pressed against the glass doors like a living thing, swirling and pulsing. The security desk was empty. Of course it was. The guard only worked until 10 p.m. I sprinted across the lobby toward the main doors, key card ready. But as I approached, my blood turned to ice. The card reader light was off. No power. The electronic lock wouldn't work without power. I tried anyway, swiping my card frantically, pushing at the doors. Nothing. I was trapped. That's when my phone rang in my pocket. I jumped, fumbling to pull it out. The screen showed unknown caller. Despite every instinct screaming not to, I answered. "Please," I gasped. "Who is this? What's happening?" The same static, the same labored breathing. Then, "Look at the time." I glanced at my phone screen. 2:16 a.m. That was impossible. I'd been on the 4th floor at 2:16 when the first call came in. I'd done my patrol at 2:30. I'd spent at least 10 minutes on the second call before running to the stairs. It should have been close to 3 a.m. by now. "Time doesn't work right here anymore," the voice said, as if reading my thoughts. "Not since she came." "Who?" I demanded, my voice breaking. "Who are you talking about?" The lobby's overhead lights suddenly flickered on, harsh fluorescence illuminating the space. Standing by the security desk was a woman in a Morgan insurance uniform I'd never seen before. Her back was to me, her dark hair falling past her shoulders. "Her," the voice on the phone whispered. The woman's head began to turn, slowly, unnaturally slowly, like a mechanical doll. I ran. Not toward the exits, which I knew were locked, but toward the service corridor that led to the loading dock. There had to be another way out. The service corridor was pitch black. I used my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through darkness so thick it seemed to push back against the light. The corridor stretched ahead, longer than I remembered it being, with doors on either side. Maintenance closets, storage rooms, the mail room, all places I'd seen during my orientation 8 months ago, but never had reason to visit since. As I moved deeper into the corridor, my phone's light began to dim, the battery draining at an impossible rate. The air grew colder with each step, my breath fogging in front of me. Behind me, I heard the click of high heels on the tile floor. Steady, unhurried, following. I reached the loading dock door and pushed against the panic bar. It didn't budge. I threw my weight against it again and again, but it was like pushing against solid concrete. The footsteps grew closer. My phone's light flickered and died, plunging me into absolute darkness. But in that final flash of light, I saw something scratched into the metal of the door. "She won't let you leave." I turned, my back pressed against the door, straining to see in the darkness. The footsteps stopped. I could sense her standing there, just feet away in the blackness, watching, waiting. My phone rang again in my hand, startling me. The screen lit up, casting a feeble blue glow that barely penetrated the darkness. "Unknown caller," I answered. "Behind you," the voice said. Something cold brushed against the back of my neck. I screamed and spun around, but there was nothing there except the door. My phone's screen showed the time, 2:16 a.m. The screen changed, displaying a text message from a number I didn't recognize. "She's been waiting for someone to answer." That's when the lights in the corridor suddenly blazed to life, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, I was alone. No woman, no footsteps, just an empty corridor. My phone showed 7:03 a.m. Somehow, nearly 5 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. I made my way back to the lobby on shaky legs. The morning security guard was at his desk, looking bored. The doors were unlocked. Outside, the fog had lifted, and early morning sunlight streamed through the glass. "You look like hell," the guard said as I staggered past. I quit that day, left a voicemail for my manager, and never went back to collect my things. I've been looking for another job since then, but every time I get an interview at an office building, I can't make myself go inside. I've tried researching Morgan Insurance's history, looking for any reports of deaths or accidents, anything that might explain what happened. I've found nothing concrete, just vague rumors about high suicide rates among night shift workers. The worst part? My phone still rings sometimes at exactly 2:16 a.m. I never answer it, but each time it happens, I swear I can hear very faintly the sound of high heels clicking on tile, coming closer and closer to my bedroom door. Story 8. I still can't sleep properly 3 weeks later. Every time I close my eyes, I see that upstairs window and the, whatever it was, looking out at us, and the laughter. God, that laughter that followed us all the way down the hill. I need to write this down. Maybe it'll help me process what happened that night at the Grayson house. I've lived in Willow Creek my entire life. It's one of those small countryside towns where everyone knows everyone, and there's barely anything to do except hang out at the diner or go to the lake in summer. And everyone knows about the Grayson house on Hollow Hill. It's been abandoned for over 50 years, just sitting there, this massive Victorian monstrosity slowly rotting away. The story goes that the entire Grayson family, mom, dad, 2 kids, and grandma, vanished during a thunderstorm back in the 70s. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, just gone. They left everything behind, clothes in closets, food on the table, car in the garage, like they were plucked right out of existence. The police investigation went nowhere, and eventually the case went cold. Growing up, we all heard the stories. How hikers or teenagers who snuck in would feel cold hands on their shoulders when no one was there. How people heard crying coming from upstairs. Shadows that moved by themselves. The usual small-town ghost stories, right? I never really believed any of it, until Halloween night, 3 weeks ago. It was my friend Jack's idea. He's always been the one pushing us to do stupid things, and normally I'm the voice of reason. But this time, I went along with it. Me. I'm Mia, by the way. Jack and our friends Tom and Lucy decided we'd spend Halloween night in the Grayson house. A test of courage, Jack called it. Something to make our senior year memorable. Looking back, I wish I'd stuck to my usual role and told them all to go to hell. The day started normally enough. We met up at Jack's place around 7 in the evening with our sleeping bags, flashlights, snacks, and a couple of 6-packs Jack had stolen from his dad's fridge. Tom brought his portable speaker for music, and Lucy had packed enough candy to put us all in sugar comas. We were excited, laughing, making jokes about who would chicken out first. The drive to Hollow Hill took about 20 minutes. The road gets narrower and more overgrown the closer you get to the house, and Jack's headlights seemed to dim the further we went. October in Willow Creek means early darkness, and by the time we pulled up to the rusted gates, it was pitch black except for our lights. "This is already creepy as hell," Lucy said, and I remember the slight tremor in her voice. She's always been the jumpy one. Tom put his arm around her shoulders. "We can still back out." "No way," Jack said, grabbing his backpack from the trunk. "We drove all the way out here. We're doing this." The gate wasn't locked. It hadn't been for decades, and we pushed through onto the gravel driveway. The sound of our footsteps seemed weirdly loud in the stillness. The house loomed ahead of us, this massive dark shape against the night sky. The moon was nearly full, casting everything in this eerie bluish light. I remember pausing at the bottom of the porch steps, looking up at the house. It must have been beautiful once, but now it was just sad. Broken windows, peeling paint, shutters hanging at odd angles. The porch creaked under our weight as we walked up to the front door. "Anyone else getting major horror movie vibes?" Tom asked, shining his flashlight through a dirty window. "Shut up," Lucy said, punching his arm. Jack tried the front door, and it swung open with this horrible grinding noise. The hinges were so rusted I thought they might break. He stepped inside first, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Holy shit," he whispered. We all crowded in behind him, and I felt the air change immediately. Outside, it had been cool but fresh. Inside, it was cold and thick somehow, like breathing through a wet cloth. And the smell, musty and stale, but with something else underneath, something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Our flashlight beams revealed a massive entryway with a staircase leading to the second floor. There was still furniture everywhere, covered in dust so thick you could write your name in it. Pictures hung crooked on the walls, their images too faded to make out. It really was like the Graysons had just vanished mid-life, leaving everything frozen in time. "I can't believe this place hasn't been completely looted," Tom said, picking up a tarnished silver candlestick from a side table. "People are scared," Lucy replied. "Nobody comes here." "Except us," I added. We decided to set up camp in what must have been the living room. It had enough floor space for our sleeping bags and a massive fireplace that Jack immediately tried to light. Surprisingly, it worked, though the smoke didn't all go up the chimney like it should have. Some of it curled back into the room, making us cough. "Chimney's probably blocked," Tom said, fanning the smoke away from his face. We arranged our flashlights to give us enough light, broke out the beers and snacks, and tried to act like this was just another hangout. Jack started telling ghost stories, because of course he did, and Lucy kept jumping at every little creak and groan the house made. "This place is settling," Tom kept saying. "Old houses make noise." After about an hour and 2 beers each, Jack suggested we explore. "We came all this way, might as well see the whole place." "I don't think we should split up," Lucy said. Jack rolled his eyes. "Fine, we'll go in pairs. Me and Mia will check out the basement. You and Tom take upstairs." I didn't want to go to the basement. Something about the door we'd passed in the hallway, this heavy wooden thing with an iron handle, made my stomach twist. But I didn't want to look scared in front of everyone, so I agreed. The basement door opened with a shriek that made me jump. Jack laughed at me, but I noticed he hesitated before starting down the narrow wooden stairs. Our flashlight beams barely cut through the darkness down there. It was even colder than the rest of the house, and damper. I could hear water dripping somewhere. "This is a bad idea," I whispered. "Don't be such a baby," Jack replied, but his voice wasn't as confident as usual. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, boxes, and what looked like forgotten belongings. In one corner, there was a workbench with tools still laid out, covered in rust and dust. In another, stacks of moldy books and newspapers, and against the far wall. "Is that a mirror?" I asked, pointing my flashlight at a tall, ornate frame. We walked closer. It was a full-length mirror in an elaborate gold frame, but the glass was cracked down the middle, splitting our reflections in two. I remember thinking how out of place it seemed in this dingy basement. "Weird place for a mirror," Jack said, wiping dust from the frame. Look, there's something carved here. I leaned closer. Tiny letters were etched into the gold. See what waits. A cold sensation spread across my back, like someone had pressed an ice pack against my spine. Jack, I don't like this. Let's go back upstairs. For once, he didn't argue. As we turned to leave, I swear I saw something move in the mirror that wasn't us. Just a flicker in the corner, like a shadow shifting. I didn't mention it to Jack. When we got back to the living room, Tom and Lucy were already there. Lucy looked pale. You okay? I asked her. She shook her head. We found a nursery upstairs, with a crib and toys and everything. It was wrong somehow. There was a mirror in there too, Tom added. Lucy thought she saw something in it. A shadow, she said quietly, moving by itself. Jack and I exchanged glances. We found a mirror in the basement too, I told them, with some weird carving on it. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the crackling of the dying fire and the constant creaking of the house around us. Then Jack's face lit up in that way that always meant trouble. I brought something else, he said, reaching into his backpack. He pulled out a Ouija board. No way, I said immediately. Absolutely not. Come on, he coaxed. It's Halloween. We're in a haunted house. When are we ever going to get a better chance? Those things are dangerous, Lucy protested. Tom scoffed. They sell them at toy stores, Lucy. I should have put my foot down. I should have grabbed that stupid board and thrown it in the fire. But I didn't. Instead, I found myself sitting cross-legged on the dusty floor with the others, the board between us, our fingers lightly touching the heart-shaped planchette. Is anyone here with us? Jack asked in a mock spooky voice. Nothing happened at first. The planchette just sat there under our fingertips. I started to relax, thinking maybe this would be anticlimactic after all. Then it moved. Just a tiny shift at first, so slight I thought someone was pushing it. But when I looked at the others' faces, I could see they were as surprised as I was. The planchette began to slide across the board, slowly but deliberately. Greyson. Very funny, I said, looking at Jack. Who's pushing it? It's not me, he whispered, his eyes wide. The planchette moved again. Trapped. The room felt colder suddenly. The fire, which had been dying anyway, sputtered and went out. Our flashlights flickered. Guys, stop it, Lucy said, her voice trembling. Nobody's doing anything, Tom replied. The planchette moved one more time, faster now, like it was being dragged. DIE. All of our flashlights went out simultaneously. The room plunged into darkness so complete I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, and that's when we heard it, the wind. Except it wasn't coming from outside. It was inside the house, rushing through the hallways like a freight train, building to a deafening roar. And beneath the wind, footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming down the hallway toward the living room. Lucy screamed. I felt someone grab my arm. Tom, I think. And then we were all scrambling to our feet, tripping over our sleeping bags, bumping into furniture we couldn't see. The door, Jack yelled. Get to the door. We stumbled through the darkness, guided only by memory of the layout and the dim moonlight coming through the windows. I crashed into a table, felt something shatter against the floor. The footsteps were getting closer, and now I could hear something else. A low, gurgling moan that didn't sound human. We found the front door, but when Jack tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. Not locked. It felt like something was holding it shut from the outside, pressing against it with impossible strength. The kitchen, Tom shouted over the roaring wind. There's a back door. We ran through the house, bumping into walls, tripping over unseen obstacles. The moaning had turned into words now, though I couldn't make them out. Just this horrible, distorted chanting that made my brain feel like it was being squeezed. The kitchen was at the back of the house. The moonlight was stronger here, coming through a large window over the sink. I could see the outlines of ancient appliances, countertops covered in dust, cabinets hanging open like screaming mouths. The back door was there, and miracle of miracles, it opened when Tom yanked on it. We spilled out into the night air, gasping like we'd been underwater. We didn't stop running until we reached Jack's car, piling in while he fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he kept dropping them. As the engine roared to life and the headlights came on, I looked back at the house. There, in an upstairs window, the nursery window I realized later, was a figure. Not clearly defined, more like a darker patch of darkness. But it was watching us. I know it was. Jack floored it, the tires spinning on gravel before catching. As we sped down the driveway, the laughter started. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. High, cold, delighted laughter that followed us all the way down Hollow Hill and only faded when we reached the main road. We went to the sheriff the next morning. He listened to our story with a skeptical expression, but agreed to check it out. We followed him back to the house in Jack's car, none of us wanting to go, but all of us needing to prove to ourselves that what happened was real. In daylight, the Grayson house looked ordinary, decrepit and abandoned, yes, but just a house. The sheriff went through it room by room while we waited outside, none of us willing to cross that threshold again. When he came out, he told us he'd found nothing unusual. No evidence anyone had been there besides us. Our sleeping bags and backpacks were still in the living room, but the Ouija board was gone. When we told him about it, he just shrugged and said someone probably played a Halloween prank on us. He didn't believe us, but we know what we experienced. The Grayson house isn't just abandoned. It's haunted by something malevolent, something that wants people to come inside so it can... What? I don't know. But I dream about those mirrors sometimes, and that figure in the window, and I wake up feeling like something is still watching me. I haven't been back to Hollow Hill since that night. None of us have. But sometimes, when I'm driving around Willow Creek at night, I swear I can hear that laughter again, carried on the wind, waiting for someone else curious enough to venture too close to the Grayson house. Story 9. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking even now, 3 months later. I've tried telling the police, but they just look at me like I'm crazy or on drugs. I've searched online for any information about that place, but it's like it barely exists. This is my last resort. Maybe someone here has heard of Raven Creek or knows what happened to Tyler. Tyler and I had been best friends since we were kids. We both grew up in Claiborne, about 40 miles from the Appalachian foothills. That weekend was supposed to be simple, just a camping trip to blow off some steam after finals. We took my old Chevy, packed some beers and food, and headed into the mountains on Friday afternoon. I remember Tyler messing with the radio as we drove, complaining about the lack of stations. "Dude, Marcus, your car stereo is garbage," he laughed, finally settling on some staticky classic rock station. The sun was already starting to set when I felt the car jerk to the right. The steering wheel pulled hard, and I knew immediately we had a flat. I managed to ease the car onto the narrow shoulder of the road, right at a bend with dense forest on both sides. "Perfect timing," Tyler muttered, getting out to inspect the damage. The back right tire was completely shredded. I popped the trunk to get the spare, only to discover it was flat too. Typical of me to not check before a trip. "Can you get a signal?" I asked Tyler, who was already holding his phone up in different directions. "Nothing, not even one bar." That's when I remembered my grandmother's stories. She grew up in these mountains, and she always warned me about certain places, certain towns. Raven Creek was one of them. "That place ain't right," she'd say in her thick Appalachian accent. "Folks go in, sometimes they don't come out the same, if they come out at all." As a kid, I'd roll my eyes at her superstitions. But standing there on that empty road with the sun sinking behind the mountains, those stories suddenly felt less ridiculous. "There's a town a few miles ahead," I told Tyler, trying to sound casual. "Raven Creek. We can walk there, find a garage, or at least call for help." "How far?" 5 miles, maybe less." Tyler sighed, grabbing his jacket from the back seat. "Better start walking then. It'll be dark soon." I locked the car and we set off down the road. The first mile wasn't so bad. We joked around, Tyler complaining about missing the party back at campus. But as we walked deeper into the mountains, I noticed how quiet it was getting. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a heavy, pressing silence. No birds calling, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of wind in the trees. Just our footsteps on the asphalt and our increasingly hushed voices. "You notice that?" Tyler asked, stopping suddenly. "Notice what?" "Listen." I stopped walking and listened. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. "It's too quiet," he said, voicing exactly what I was thinking. "Let's just keep moving," I replied, suddenly anxious to reach civilization. The road curved around a bend, and there it was, a wooden sign, weathered and faded. "Welcome to Raven Creek, Pop, 307. The town appeared almost suddenly, as if it had been hiding behind the trees. Main Street was lined with old brick buildings, a hardware store, a small grocery, a barber shop, and at the end of the street, a diner with a neon sign that buzzed and flickered, "Mabel's." What struck me immediately was that there were no people, no cars moving, though several were parked along the street. No pedestrians, no open doors, nothing. Just empty sidewalks and dark windows. The only light came from the diner. "Where is everyone?" Tyler asked. "It's only like 7 o'clock. "Maybe there's a town meeting or something," I offered, not believing it myself. "Let's check the diner. They'll have a phone." As we approached Mabel's, I could see through the large windows that the lights were on inside, but I couldn't see any movement. The neon open sign buzzed steadily. Tyler pushed the door open, and a little bell jingled above our heads. The sound was jarring in the silence. The diner looked like something from the 50s. Red vinyl booths, chrome-edged tables, a long counter with spinning stools. But what made my skin crawl was that several of the booths and counter spots had plates of food on them. Half-eaten burgers, fries, a slice of pie with a fork still stuck in it. Steam rose from a coffee cup at the counter. "Hello?" Tyler called out, his voice unnaturally loud in the empty diner. No response. I walked behind the counter, looking for a phone. There was one on the wall, an old rotary model. I picked it up, but there was no dial tone, just a soft, rhythmic sound that might have been breathing. "The food's still warm," Tyler said, touching a plate of fries. "It's like everyone just got up and left in the middle of eating." That's when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I wasn't sure if it was real or just my imagination. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Did you hear that?" I asked. Tyler froze. "Hear what?" The whisper came again, a little louder this time. I couldn't make out words, just a hushed, urgent sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. "That!" I hissed. "That whispering!" Tyler's face went pale. "I hear it too." The whispers grew louder, multiple voices now surrounding us. Still no distinct words, but the tone was unmistakably malevolent. Then, as if triggered by our fear, The jukebox in the corner flickered to life. A scratchy, old-time tune began to play, the cheerful melody grotesquely out of place. "We need to get out of here," Tyler said, backing toward the door. I didn't need convincing. We hurried out of the diner onto the empty street. The whispers followed us, no longer confined to the diner, but seeming to emanate from the buildings, the empty cars, even the air itself. That's when I saw the first figure. At the far end of the street, a person stood motionless, watching us. Even from a distance, something looked wrong about them. Too thin, too still. "There's someone there," I said, pointing. Tyler squinted. "Maybe they can help us." Before I could stop him, he started walking toward the figure. I followed reluctantly. As we got closer, my sense of wrongness intensified. The figure was unnaturally tall and gaunt, its clothes hanging loosely on its frame. And its face, I still see that face in my nightmares. Pale, almost translucent skin stretched over sharp bones. Eyes like black holes, empty and endless. No expression, just a blank, hungry stare. Tyler stopped abruptly. "Marcus," he whispered, "something's wrong with them." The figure began to move toward us with a jerky, unnatural gait, and it wasn't alone anymore. More figures emerged from between buildings, from shop doorways, all with the same hollow eyes and emaciated frames. The whispers grew to a cacophony, pressing against my ears. "Run," I said, grabbing Tyler's arm. "Run!" We turned and sprinted back the way we came. The entities, I can't call them people, followed, not running but moving with a terrible purpose. Some seemed to float rather than walk, covering ground with unnatural speed. "This way!" Tyler shouted, pulling me toward an alley between the grocery store and what looked like a post office. We ran into the narrow passage, only to find it ended in a brick wall. "No, no, no," I muttered, turning around. The entrance to the alley was already filling with those things, their black eyes fixed on us, whispers pouring from their lipless mouths. Tyler pressed against the wall beside me. "What do they want?" I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Terror had frozen my voice. They moved into the alley, surrounding us in a half-circle of pale, gaunt forms. The closest one reached out a hand, long skeletal fingers extending toward Tyler's face. Its mouth opened, revealing darkness where a throat should be, and the whispers intensified to a deafening roar. What happened next is still a blur in my mind. Tyler screamed as several of the entities grabbed him, their bony fingers sinking into his arms, his shoulders, his face. I lunged for him, but cold hands gripped me too, pulling me away. I fought wildly, kicking and punching at the impossibly strong creatures. Somehow, and I still don't know how, I broke free. Maybe they let me go. Maybe they only wanted Tyler. I ran blindly, my only thought to escape that nightmare town. Behind me, Tyler's screams stopped abruptly. The whispers continued, following me as I ran down Main Street, past the diner, past the welcome sign, and onto the dark road. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath on the empty road, I realized the whispers had faded. I was alone in the night. It took me hours to walk back to my car. The entire time, I kept expecting those things to emerge from the darkness, to drag me back to Raven Creek. But nothing followed me. Nothing visible, anyway. When I reached my car, I discovered another shock. The tire was fixed, perfectly inflated, no sign it had ever been damaged. I didn't question it. I just got in, started the engine, and drove as fast as I could away from those mountains. I reported Tyler missing the next day. I told the police about Raven Creek, but when they checked, they found nothing. No diner, no abandoned meals, no gaunt figures with black eyes, just an old ghost town that had been deserted for decades. They think I'm crazy or covering up something I did to Tyler. But I know what I saw. And I know Tyler is gone because of what happened in that town. The worst part is that the whispers never really stopped. I hear them at night when I'm trying to sleep. Faint but persistent, calling me back to Raven Creek. Sometimes I wake up to find myself dressed, keys in hand, as if I'd been about to drive there in my sleep. I don't know how long I can resist. I don't know what those things were or why they took Tyler instead of me. All I know is that someday they'll call me back to that town in the mountains. And next time, I don't think I'll escape. If anyone knows anything about Raven Creek or has experienced something similar, please help me. I don't know how much longer I have. Story 10. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 6 years since that night in the Nevada desert, and I've tried everything: therapy, meditation, even hypnosis. Nothing helps. I need to write this down. Maybe putting it into words will help me process what happened. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I swear every word of this is true. I used to love road trips. There was nothing better than packing my Honda Civic with snacks, making the perfect playlist, and hitting the open road. I'd taken dozens of cross-country trips, always seeking the most scenic routes rather than boring interstates. That summer in 2017, I was driving from my parents' place in San Diego to visit my sister in Boulder. I'd made the trip at least 5 times before, usually taking Interstate 70 through Utah. But this time, I decided to try something different. It was late July, scorching hot even with the AC blasting. I left San Diego around 6 in the morning, figuring I'd make it to Vegas by early afternoon, spend the night there, then continue to Boulder the next day. The first part of the drive was normal, the familiar desert landscape of Southern California, gas stations every 30 miles or so, other cars passing by. After crossing into Nevada around noon, I noticed my GPS acting weird. The screen kept flickering, and the robotic voice would cut in and out. I wasn't too concerned. Desert areas often have spotty reception. But then it suddenly recalculated my route, telling me to exit the highway onto a road I'd never seen on any map. Turn right in 200 feet onto Juniper Canyon Road. I remember hesitating at the exit. It didn't look like a main road at all, just a narrow 2-lane strip of asphalt cutting straight into the desert. But my GPS insisted it would save me 2 hours, and I figured it might be a scenic shortcut locals knew about. God, I wish I'd just kept going on the main highway. The road started out fine, freshly paved with proper lane markings, but after about 30 minutes, it started deteriorating. The yellow lines faded, then disappeared altogether. The asphalt cracked and gave way to packed dirt in places. I slowed down, worried about damaging my car, but kept going. That's when I realized I hadn't seen another vehicle since turning off the highway. About an hour in, the road started to twist unnaturally. I don't know how else to describe it. The turns were too sharp, too frequent, like it was deliberately trying to disorient drivers. I checked my phone, no service. My GPS was still working though, insisting I was on the right path. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert. I remember feeling the first real twinge of unease, wondering if I should turn back. Then I came to a fork in the road. My GPS froze, the screen showing static. Neither path looked particularly inviting, both narrow dirt roads leading into increasingly rocky terrain. But in the distance, maybe half a mile down the left fork, I could see what looked like headlights. Relief washed over me. Other people meant I wasn't completely lost. I took the left fork, driving toward those distant lights. As I got closer, I realized they weren't moving. The headlights belonged to an old pickup truck parked on the side of the road, a rusted-out Chevy from maybe the 70s or 80s. Its headlights were on, but I couldn't see anyone inside or around it. I pulled up behind it and got out of my car. The desert was completely silent. No wind, no birds, nothing. Just the dull hum of the truck's headlights, which made no sense because the engine wasn't running. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone there? I think I'm lost." No response, just that eerie silence. I walked closer to the truck, peering inside the cab. Empty. The keys weren't in the ignition. There was a thin layer of dust on the dashboard, like it had been sitting there for days, maybe weeks. But those headlights were definitely on, bright white in the gathering dusk. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the 100-degree heat. Something was very wrong here. I hurried back to my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I drove past the truck, its headlights suddenly went out, not gradually dimming like a battery dying. They just switched off all at once. I hit the gas hard, my tires kicking up dust as I sped away. The road got worse after that. In places, it was barely more than tire tracks through the scrubland. The sun was setting fast, and I was genuinely scared now. My gas gauge showed half a tank, but I had no idea how far it was to the next town or back to the highway. My phone still had no service. The only comfort was my GPS, which had unfrozen and was now telling me I'd reach my destination in 43 minutes. What destination? I'd entered Boulder as my endpoint, which was still hundreds of miles away. But I followed it anyway, hoping it would lead me back to civilization. After driving for what felt like hours in near darkness, my headlights illuminated a small building up ahead. As I got closer, I could make out what looked like a rest area, the kind you see on interstates with bathrooms and vending machines. But this one was old, the concrete stained and cracked. A single lamppost flickered in the parking lot, and there was one other vehicle there, a sedan of some kind, though I couldn't make out the model in the dim light. I parked and sat in my car for a few minutes, debating whether to go inside. I desperately needed a bathroom and to figure out where the hell I was. Eventually, I grabbed my phone and tried to calm down. As I sat in a booth trying to make sense of what had happened, I overheard the truckers talking. One was telling the other about that haunted gas station out on the old highway. "Nobody stops there anymore," he said. "Too many stories about people seeing things. My buddy Dave swears he picked up a hitchhiker there back in 2005, a woman in an old dress. She disappeared from his cab while he was driving." I nearly choked on my water. They were talking about the rest area I'd just fled from. I wanted to ask them about it, but I was too scared, like saying it out loud would somehow make those things find me again. I left the town as soon as I felt steady enough to drive, found my way to Interstate 15, and drove straight to the nearest major city with hotels. I didn't sleep at all that night. I continued my trip to Boulder the next day, sticking religiously to major highways. But something followed me. The whole way there, I kept hearing those whispers, sometimes right in my ear, sometimes from the back seat of my car. I'd check my mirrors and see nothing, but the voices were there, growing louder and more insistent. They followed me all the way to Boulder, then back to California when I returned home. For months afterward, I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my room ice cold, those same whispers circling my bed. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd see tall, thin shadows standing in the corners of rooms, gone when I looked directly at them. It's been 6 years now. The whispers have mostly stopped, though sometimes on particularly dark nights, I still hear them. I've researched that area of Nevada extensively. looking for explanations. There are dozens of similar stories, drivers taking mysterious detours, encountering things that shouldn't exist. Some people never made it back to tell their stories. I still drive sometimes, but never alone, never at night, and never, ever on unmarked roads. There are places in this world that exist somewhere beyond normal reality, where the rules we live by don't apply. I found one of those places that night, and part of me never made it back. Story 11. I still don't sleep well most nights. It's been almost 6 months since it happened, and I find myself checking the rearview mirror way more than necessary. My therapist says that's normal after what I went through, but I'm not sure anything about my life will ever feel normal again. It was supposed to be a simple road trip. I'd been planning it for months, a solo journey from my apartment in San Diego to visit my sister in Boulder. I'd mapped out all these cool stops along the way, wanting to see parts of America I'd never experienced before. The southern route through Arizona, New Mexico, then up through Oklahoma and Kansas seemed too predictable, so I decided to head east first, then north through Kentucky and Illinois, before cutting west to Colorado. I had 3 weeks of vacation time saved up and was determined to make the most of it. Everything was going fine until I hit Kentucky. I'd been driving for about 9 hours that day and was completely exhausted. The sun had already set when I passed a sign for Mammoth Cave National Park, and I decided it was time to find somewhere to crash for the night. There was this small motel just off the highway, not one of those chain places, but a family-owned spot with maybe 15 rooms total, the kind of place with actual keys instead of key cards. The couple who owned it were in their 70s at least. They were super friendly though, and the woman insisted on making me a cup of tea while her husband checked me in. "You shouldn't be driving these roads alone at night," she told me as she set the mug down, "especially not with the storm coming." I hadn't been paying attention to the weather forecast, but she assured me it was going to be a bad one. "First big storm of the season," her husband added. "The radio says it'll hit sometime tomorrow morning." I remember thanking them for the warning and mentioning that I planned to leave early to beat the worst of it. That's when they exchanged this weird look, and the woman said, "Well, if you're on the road tomorrow, keep an eye out for the woman in white." I thought it was just some local ghost story at first. According to them, there had been sightings for decades of a woman in a white dress appearing on the roadside during storms. "She shows up when travelers are in trouble," the old man explained. "Some say she helps them, others say she leads them to their doom." I laughed it off, but something about the way they told it made the hair on my arms stand up. I didn't sleep well that night, partly because of their story and partly because the motel was right by the highway, and the sound of trucks kept waking me up. I left around 7 the next morning. The sky was already dark gray, and I could see lightning in the distance. I figured I could make it to Nashville before the worst of the storm hit, grab some lunch, then continue on my way depending on the weather. I'd been driving for about an hour when the rain started. It wasn't too bad at first, just a light drizzle, but within 20 minutes, it was coming down so hard I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. I slowed down to maybe 30 miles per hour, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. There weren't many other cars on the road. A few semis passed me, throwing up walls of spray that completely blinded me for seconds at a time. That's when it happened. I came around a bend, and suddenly there was someone standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, the car fishtailing slightly on the wet asphalt. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it over the rain hammering on the roof. It was a woman, in a white dress, soaking wet and standing perfectly still right in my lane. I'm not religious, but in that moment, I swear I thought I was seeing a ghost. The old couple story flashed through my mind, and I actually considered putting the car in reverse and getting the hell out of there. But then she moved, raising her hand to shield her eyes from my headlights, and I realized she was very much alive. I rolled down my window just a crack. "Are you okay?" I shouted over the rain. She ran to my car, her white dress plastered to her body. She couldn't have been more than 25, with dark hair that hung in wet ropes around her face. "Please," she begged, "you have to help me. They're after me." I hesitated. I've watched enough true crime to know that picking up strangers on deserted roads is a terrible idea. But she looked genuinely terrified, and I couldn't just leave her there in the storm. "Get in," I said, unlocking the passenger door. She practically dove into my car, bringing the smell of rain and something else. Fear, maybe. Up close, I could see she had a bruise forming on her cheekbone and a small cut on her lip. "Thank you," she gasped, pushing her wet hair back from her face. "My name's Jessica. We need to go. Now." I pulled back onto the road, driving as fast as I dared in the conditions. "Who's after you?" I asked, glancing in my rearview mirror. The road behind us was empty. "These guys," she said, also looking back. "I was at this party last night. Things got out of hand. I tried to leave, but they followed me. I've been running for hours." Her story seemed off somehow. The way she told it was too vague, too rehearsed, but she was clearly scared of something, and that bruise on her face was definitely real. "We should call the police," I suggested, reaching for my phone. "No." She grabbed my arm so hard I nearly swerved off the road. "No police, not yet. They've got connections. Just keep driving, please." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the rain and the rhythmic swish of the wipers. Jessica kept looking over her shoulder, becoming more agitated with each passing minute. "They're following us," she suddenly said. I checked my mirrors again. "There's no one there." "They are," she insisted. "I can feel it. They found me somehow." I was starting to get seriously concerned about who I'd let into my car. Was she delusional? On drugs? But then I saw it too. A flash of headlights far behind us, moving fast. "It's probably just another traveler," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "It's them," she whispered. "They drive a black SUV." The vehicle behind us was too far away to identify, but it was definitely closing the distance. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, my old Honda protesting as the speedometer crept past 70. The next 20 minutes were the most tense of my life. The car behind us stayed at a consistent distance, not close enough to see clearly in the rain, but not falling behind either. Jessica became more frantic with each passing mile, alternating between checking behind us and hunching down in her seat. "There's a diner up ahead," I said, spotting a neon sign glowing through the rain. "We should stop there. Public place, witnesses, phones." Jessica didn't look convinced, but she nodded. I pulled into the parking lot, noticing there were only a few other cars there. The headlights that had been following us continued past on the highway. "See?" I said. "They're gone." Jessica didn't respond, just stared out the window at the road. I wasn't sure what to do next. Part of me still wanted to call the police, but another part was starting to wonder if I was overreacting to the whole situation. The diner was nearly empty, just a couple of truckers at the counter and an elderly couple in a booth. We took a table near the back, where Jessica could keep an eye on the door. A tired-looking waitress brought us coffee without us asking. "You two look like you've been through it," she commented, eyeing Jessica's soaked dress and my probably wild expression. "Storm's a bad one." I ordered some food, though I wasn't hungry. Jessica just shook her head when asked if she wanted anything. Her eyes never left the entrance. I was midway through a bite of possibly the worst pancakes I'd ever tasted when the diner door flew open. A man burst in, drenched and breathing hard. He looked around wildly before his eyes locked on Jessica. "They're coming," he gasped. Before I could process what was happening, the door opened again. Two men entered, moving with a calm purpose that seemed completely at odds with the chaotic storm outside. They were both wearing dark jackets, and one had a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. They didn't look particularly threatening, but Jessica let out a small whimper beside me. "It's them," she whispered. The men scanned the diner, their eyes passing over us. I ducked my head, pretending to focus on my food. The first man who had entered was now sitting at the counter, hunched over a coffee mug, avoiding eye contact with everyone. "We need to go," Jessica said. "Now." I left some cash on the table, and we slipped toward the back of the diner. There was a door marked "Employees Only" that Jessica pushed through without hesitation. It led to a small hallway with a rear exit. We hurried outside into the rain. The diner's back lot was empty except for what I assumed were employees' cars. Jessica moved between them, trying door handles until one opened, an old Ford that someone had left unlocked. "Get in," she said, sliding into the driver's seat. "Wait, we can't just steal a car," I protested. She looked at me with such raw fear that my objections died in my throat. "They will kill us," she said simply. "They've done it before." I got in, my mind racing. Who were these people? What had Jessica gotten involved in? And why was I now apparently stealing a car to escape from them? Jessica hot-wired the car with a skill that raised even more questions. Within minutes, we were back on the highway, heading in the opposite direction from the way we'd come. "There's a police station in the next town," I said, pulling up maps on my phone. "We're going there. No arguments." Jessica didn't respond, just pressed harder on the accelerator. The police station was a small brick building with only 2 cruisers in the lot. Jessica hesitated when I told her to pull in, but ultimately relented. Inside, we found 2 officers who looked surprised to see us. A soaking wet woman in a white dress and me, probably looking half-crazed with fear and confusion. I did most of the talking, explaining how I'd picked up Jessica and been followed by mysterious men. The officers exchanged looks when I mentioned the stolen car, but seemed more concerned about the men Jessica claimed were after her. They took us to separate rooms for questioning. I told them everything I knew, which wasn't much. When we were reunited hours later, Jessica looked drained, but somehow relieved. "They know who these guys are," she told me quietly. "They're part of a group that's been targeting women across 3 states. The police have been after them for months." Over the next few weeks, we moved from town to town as the investigation unfolded. I called my sister to explain why I wouldn't make it to Boulder, leaving out the more terrifying details. Jessica slowly opened up about what had happened to her, how she'd been at a bar when a seemingly nice guy offered to buy her a drink. She'd woken up in a strange house, realized what was happening, and managed to escape. Eventually, the police called to tell us they'd apprehended 3 men connected to the case. They found evidence linking them to multiple abductions spanning several years. Jessica identified 2 of them as the men from the diner. When it was finally over, neither of us knew what to do next. Jessica had no family to speak of, and the idea of continuing my road trip alone seemed impossible. Somehow, we decided to head to Michigan together, where I grew up. My parents had an empty guest house they weren't using. That was 5 months ago. Jessica still has nightmares, and I still check my rearview mirror constantly. We're both in therapy, trying to process what happened. Sometimes I wonder about that old couple at the motel and their story about the woman in white. Was it just a coincidence or something else? I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe again, but I know that picking up Jessica that day, despite all the fear and danger that followed, was the right thing to do. We saved each other in more ways than one. And on the bad nights, when the memories won't let me sleep, that's what I try to remember. Story 12. I've been driving trucks for almost 23 years now, and until that night on Route 66, I would have sworn on my mother's grave that all those stories other drivers tell about highway hauntings were just bullshit to keep themselves awake or scare the newbies. Guess I can't say that anymore. This happened just last month. I was hauling a load of electronics from Oklahoma City to Los Angeles, about $300,000 worth of merchandise that needed to be at the distribution center by 6 in the morning on Thursday. I was already running behind because of a storm that hit outside of Oklahoma City, so I decided to push through the night instead of stopping at my usual motel in Albuquerque. My dispatcher, Dave, kept calling to check on my progress. "McCarthy, where you at? Client's been calling. You gonna make that delivery window?" The pressure was on, and I've always prided myself on never missing a deadline in over 2 decades of driving. It was around 11 at night when I crossed into New Mexico. The sky was pitch black, no moon, no stars, just an empty void above me. Route 66 stretched out ahead like a ribbon of darkness, my headlights the only thing cutting through it. I'd made this drive hundreds of times, but something felt different that night. The darkness seemed thicker, somehow like it was pressing in on my windshield. I cranked up the radio to keep myself alert. Reception was spotty, fading in and out between bursts of static. I remember the last song that played clearly, "Bad Moon Rising" by CCR. Then the radio went dead. Complete silence except for the rumble of my engine and the hum of my tires on the pavement. Around midnight, I started feeling that heaviness behind my eyes. Every driver knows that feeling, when your eyelids start to droop and your mind starts to wander. I rolled down the window to let the cold air hit my face and reached for my thermos of coffee. That's when I saw it for the first time. Something darted across the road about 100 yards ahead. Just a quick, dark blur. I figured it was a coyote or maybe a deer. We get a lot of those out here in the desert. I slowed down a bit, scanning the side of the road. Nothing there. "Get it together, Jack," I muttered to myself. Just the fatigue playing tricks. I took a long swig of coffee and focused on the road, but then I saw it again, this time on the right shoulder. It wasn't running away from the road, it was running alongside it, keeping pace with my truck. I was doing about 60 miles per hour. Nothing alive should have been able to keep up with me at that speed, but this thing was, and as my eyes adjusted, I could see it wasn't a coyote or a deer, it was a dog. The biggest damn dog I've ever seen in my life. It had to be the size of a small horse, with black fur so dark it seemed to absorb the light from my headlights. I blinked hard, convinced I was hallucinating from exhaustion. When I looked again, it was still there, keeping perfect pace with my 18-wheeler. And then it turned its head and looked directly at me. Its eyes were like burning embers, not reflecting my headlights like a normal animal's would, but glowing with their own internal fire. And there was something in those eyes, something that shouldn't be in an animal's eyes. Intelligence, awareness, purpose. My blood ran cold. I'm not a small guy. They don't call me Big Rig McCarthy for nothing. But in that moment, I felt tiny, vulnerable, hunted. I stomped on the accelerator, pushing my rig up to 75. The speedometer needle trembled as I pushed past the safe operating speed for a fully loaded truck. The thing matched my speed effortlessly, those burning eyes never leaving mine. For about 3 miles we continued like that, me pushing my truck to its limits, that thing keeping pace without even seeming to exert itself. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it veered off into the darkness. I kept driving for another 20 minutes, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my heart hammering in my chest. I needed to stop, to catch my breath, to convince myself I'd just experienced some kind of waking dream. Up ahead, I spotted the lights of a small truck stop, just a single gas pump, a tiny convenience store, and a gravel lot for trucks to park. No other vehicles in sight. I pulled in, killed the engine, and just sat there for a minute, trying to calm my breathing. The truck stop looked abandoned. The lights were on, but I couldn't see anyone inside. The sign said, "Open 24 HRS," but it had that neglected look that a lot of these old Route 66 places have, like it was slowly being reclaimed by the desert. I stepped out of my cab, legs shaky, and locked it behind me. Force of habit. 23 years on the road teaches you never to leave your rig unlocked, even in the middle of nowhere. The store was empty. A small bell jingled when I opened the door, but no one came to the counter. I called out, but my voice just echoed back at me. The place was dusty, shelves half empty, a single flickering fluorescent light humming overhead. I grabbed a coffee from the self-serve station. The pot was still warm, which meant someone had been here recently. I left a $5 bill on the counter and went back outside, scanning the darkness around the parking lot as I sipped the bitter coffee. Nothing moved in the shadows. I started to feel stupid for letting myself get so worked up. Probably just a weird desert wolf or something, and my tired brain had exaggerated its size and speed. I finished my coffee, crumpled the cup, and tossed it in a trash can before heading back to my truck. I unlocked the door, pulled myself up into the cab, and froze. There, on the passenger seat, was a tuft of coarse black fur. My heart stopped. I'd locked the truck. I was sure of it. I always lock my truck. But there it was, undeniable proof that something had been inside my cab while I was in the store. With shaking hands, I reached for the fur. It felt wrong somehow, coarser than any dog or wolf fur I'd ever touched, and cold, unnaturally cold, like it had been stored in a freezer. A low growl from outside made me jerk my head up. There it was, standing in the pool of light from the store's sign. The black dog. It was even bigger than I'd thought. Its shoulder had to be at least 4 feet high. Its fur seemed to swallow the light around it, creating a dog-shaped void in the world. And those eyes, those terrible burning eyes, were fixed on me with an intensity that felt physical, like a weight pressing against my chest. It took a step toward my truck, then another. Its movements were too smooth, too deliberate for an animal. It moved like it had purpose, like it knew exactly what it was doing. I fumbled with my keys, jamming them into the ignition with trembling fingers. The engine roared to life just as the thing reached my door. It reared up, placing its massive paws against the side of my cab, and I saw its teeth, long yellowed fangs that no natural dog should have. It slammed against the door with enough force to rock my entire truck. The metal groaned under the impact. I threw the truck into gear and floored it, tires spinning on the gravel before finding purchase. The thing kept pace alongside me as I pulled onto the highway, those burning eyes level with mine through the window. It bared its teeth, not in a snarl, but in what looked horribly like a smile, a human expression on an inhuman face. I drove like a madman, pushing my rig well beyond safety limits. The engine screamed in protest as I held the accelerator to the floor. For miles, that thing kept pace with me, never tiring, never falling behind. Then, as the first hint of dawn started to lighten the eastern sky, it dropped back. I watched in my side mirror as it slowed, then stopped in the middle of the highway, those ember eyes glowing in the pre-dawn darkness. It stood there, watching me drive away, until it was just a dark speck in the distance. I didn't stop driving until the sun was fully up. My hands were cramped from gripping the wheel, my shirt soaked with sweat despite the cool desert night. I pulled into a rest area just outside of Flagstaff, killed the engine, and just sat there, trying to process what had happened. That's when I noticed the smell, a musty animal odor that hadn't been in my cab before. I climbed down from the truck on shaky legs and walked around to the passenger side. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. Deep gouges ran along the side of my truck, tearing through the metal like it was paper. 4 parallel lines, claw marks, cut nearly half an inch into the steel. The edges were clean, not jagged like you'd expect from metal being torn. It was as if whatever made those marks had sliced through my truck's door like a hot knife through butter. I ran my fingers along the gouges, feeling the smoothness of the cuts. They were cold to the touch, much colder than the surrounding metal, despite the morning sun heating up the truck's exterior. I finished my delivery in Los Angeles. I don't remember much of that drive. I was operating on autopilot, jumping at shadows, checking my mirrors constantly. I kept the tuft of black fur, though I don't know why. Maybe as proof to myself that I didn't imagine the whole thing. It's been a month now. I've seen 4 different mechanics about the claw marks. None of them can explain what could have made them or why the metal around them stays ice cold even on the hottest days. I've started taking different routes, avoiding Route 66 whenever possible. I don't drive at night anymore if I can help it, but sometimes when I'm on a quiet stretch of highway and the darkness starts to gather around my truck, I swear I can see those glowing ember eyes in my rearview mirror. Just for a second, just long enough to send that same cold fear crawling up my spine. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it singled me out or what it wanted, but I know it's still out there, somewhere on Route 66. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep in my cab at some truck stop hundreds of miles away, I swear I can hear the soft pad of heavy paws circling my truck and the faint sound of breathing just outside my door. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for months. The few times I've tried telling people, they either think I'm making it up or they get this look in their eyes like they're worried about my mental health. But I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just typing it into the void. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened last Halloween. I grew up in Ravens Creek, Maine, one of those small towns where everyone knows each other and nothing exciting ever happens. Well, almost nothing. There's the Blackwood mansion that sits on the hill overlooking the town. It's been abandoned for over 100 years, ever since the Blackwood family disappeared without a trace back in the 1920s. The whole family, mom, dad, 3 kids, even their servants, all gone overnight. Their clothes still in closets, food left on the table, carriages in the stables, like they just vanished into thin air. Growing up, we all heard the stories. How people walking past at night would hear piano music when no one was there. How lights would sometimes be seen moving from window to window. How hikers in the woods behind the property would hear whispers following them through the trees. The usual small-town ghost stories that seem silly in daylight, but make your skin crawl after dark. My friends and I, Lily, Matt, Sophie and me, Jake, we'd been friends since elementary school. We were seniors last year, all of us 18 and thinking we were so grown up, counting the days until graduation when we could finally escape Ravens Creek. That Halloween night wasn't planned. We were too old for trick-or-treating, but too young to get into the bars with our fake IDs in a town where everyone knew exactly how old we were. We ended up at the abandoned playground behind the elementary school, passing around a bottle of cheap vodka Matt had swiped from his dad's liquor cabinet. It was Sophie who suggested Blackwood Mansion. "We've lived here our whole lives and never once checked it out," she said, her breath visible in the cold October air. "It's our last Halloween in this dump of a town. We should do something memorable." I remember looking up at the mansion on the hill, just visible above the tree line. A nearly full moon hung behind it, making it look like something from a horror movie poster. "No way," Lily said immediately. "My grandma used to clean houses in that neighborhood. She said the Blackwood place has bad energy." "It's just an old house," Matt replied, grabbing the vodka from me. "Besides, we're already bored and it's only 9:30. I should have sided with Lily. I'd always been the cautious one in our group, but the vodka had made me brave, and I didn't want to seem scared in front of Sophie. I had a crush on her since freshman year that I'd never acted on. "Let's do it," I said. "What's the worst that could happen?" The worst. If I could go back and slap myself for saying those words. The walk to Blackwood Mansion took about 20 minutes. The closer we got, the more sober I felt. The house was 3 stories of Victorian architecture, with a widow's walk on top, turrets on either side, and a sprawling wraparound porch. Most of the windows were intact, which was surprising considering how many years it had been abandoned. The moonlight made the glass look like black mirrors. A rusted iron fence surrounded the property, but the gate hung open on broken hinges. The front yard was overgrown, with weeds up to our knees. As we approached the house, I noticed how quiet it had become. No cars passing on distant roads, no wind rustling the trees, not even crickets or owls making noise, just absolute silence. "This is seriously creepy," Lily whispered, clutching Matt's arm. They'd been dating since junior year. "It's just an old house," Sophie repeated Matt's words from earlier, but her voice shook slightly. The front door was massive, solid oak with intricate carvings. I expected it to be locked, but when Sophie turned the tarnished brass knob, it swung open with a low creak that seemed to echo forever. The foyer was enormous, with a grand staircase leading to the second floor. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, but otherwise, it looked like someone could have lived there yesterday. There was a coat rack with ancient coats still hanging on it. A small table held a silver tray with what might have been mail, now yellow and brittle with age. "Holy shit," Matt whispered, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. "It's like they just walked out and never came back." Sophie pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight. "The power's obviously been off for a century, so we'll need these." The rest of us did the same. "We should stick together," Lily said, still clutching Matt's arm. "We'll cover more ground if we split up," Sophie argued. "You and Matt, take the ground floor. Jake and I will check upstairs." Again, I should have sided with Lily, but going upstairs alone with Sophie? No way I was passing that up. "We'll meet back here in 30 minutes, I suggested, checking my phone. It was just after 10. Lily reluctantly agreed and we split up. Sophie and I headed up the grand staircase, our flashlights creating strange, shifting shadows on the walls. The wood creaked under our feet, but it felt solid enough. The second floor had a long hallway with doors on either side. Family portraits lined the walls, stern-looking men and women in Victorian clothing, their eyes seeming to follow us as we moved past. "Which room first?" Sophie asked, her voice hushed. I pointed to a door at the end of the hall. Might as well start at the end and work our way back. The room turned out to be a study or library. Bookshelves lined 3 walls, filled with leather-bound volumes. A massive desk sat in front of the window, which looked out over the front yard. Papers were scattered across it, as if someone had been working and stepped away for a moment. Sophie went to examine the bookshelves while I approached the desk. Among the papers was a leather-bound journal. Curious, I opened it, disturbing a small cloud of dust. The handwriting was elegant but frantic, becoming more erratic with each entry. I skimmed through it, my blood running colder with each page. The first entries were mundane, business dealings, weather reports, notes about the family. But about halfway through, they changed. October 3rd, 1922. The whispers started today. At first, I thought it was the wind in the chimney, but there is no wind today. The children haven't noticed, but Eleanor says she hears them too. October 10th, 1922. The whispers are getting louder. They follow me from room to room. Eleanor is keeping the children close, says she doesn't want them alone in the house anymore. October 20th, 1922. Can barely sleep. The whispers are constant now. They're in the walls. They know my name. The final entry, dated October 31st, 1922, exactly 100 years before the night we were there, simply read, "They're coming through." "Sophie," I called, my voice cracking. "I think we should go." She was about to respond when a sound echoed through the house, the clear, unmistakable notes of a piano. "Matt must have found a piano downstairs," Sophie said, but her face had gone pale. My phone buzzed with a text from Lily. "Do you guys hear that? We're not touching the piano." A chill ran through me as I showed Sophie the text. The piano music continued, a melancholy tune that somehow felt wrong, the notes slightly off-key in places. "Let's go find them," Sophie whispered. We hurried back to the hallway, and that's when I noticed something odd. The temperature had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath now, forming small clouds in the beam of my flashlight. As we reached the stairs, a door slammed somewhere below, followed by Lily's scream. We rushed down the stairs, calling their names. "We're in here!" Matt's voice came from behind a closed door, off the main foyer. "The door shut on its own, and we can't get it open." I grabbed the doorknob and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Sophie joined me, and we both pulled with all our strength. Nothing. "Step back," Matt called from inside. We heard a thud as he presumably threw his shoulder against it. Once, twice, 3 times, and on the 4th, the door burst open, sending Matt stumbling into the foyer. Lily rushed out after him, her face streaked with tears. "The piano," she gasped. "The keys were moving by themselves. There was nobody there." That's when I noticed our flashlights were flickering, all 4 phones struggling to maintain their beams. And in the dimming light, I saw something that made my heart stop. Shadows moving along the walls. Not our shadows. These moved independently, sliding across the wallpaper like dark water, converging and separating. And then the whispers started. At first it was so faint I thought it was just our breathing or the house settling. But it grew louder. Dozens, maybe hundreds of voices whispering just below the threshold of understanding. I could almost make out words, my name among them. "We need to get out," I said, grabbing Sophie's hand. "Now!" We ran for the front door, but something was wrong. The foyer seemed longer than before, the door further away than it should have been. We ran and ran, but the door didn't seem to get any closer. The whispers grew louder, pressing in around us, inside our heads. "They know our names," Lily sobbed as we ran. "How do they know our names?" I don't know how long we ran down that impossible hallway. It could have been seconds or hours. My lungs burned and my legs ached. The whispers became a roar, drowning out everything except our panicked breathing and footsteps. And then, suddenly, we were there. I grabbed the doorknob, twisted it, and threw my weight against the door. It flew open, and we spilled out onto the porch, tumbling down the steps into the overgrown yard. We didn't stop running until we reached the gate, and even then, we kept going, all the way down the hill, not stopping until we reached the lights of Main Street. We stood there under a streetlight, gasping for breath, looking at each other with wild eyes. Matt's shirt was torn. Lily had scratches on her arms that she couldn't explain. Sophie was shaking uncontrollably. And me? I couldn't stop hearing the whispers, even though we were far from the house now. We made a pact that night never to speak of what happened. We went our separate ways after graduation, different colleges, different states. We don't talk much anymore, but sometimes one of them will text me in the middle of the night. "Do you still hear them?" And I do. In my dreams, in those moments between waking and sleeping, sometimes even in crowded rooms. The whispers follow me, just like they followed the writer of that journal. I've researched the Blackwood family extensively since that night, found old newspaper articles about their disappearance. In every family photo I could find, they're all smiling, but their eyes look haunted, like they knew something was coming for them. Halloween is approaching again. I'm in college now, 300 miles from Ravens Creek. But distance doesn't matter. Sometimes I wake up in the night and my roommate tells me I've been whispering in my sleep, having conversations with people who aren't there. I don't know what happened to us that night. I don't know what happened to the Blackwood family a century ago. But I know the mansion is still there, waiting, and sometimes I wake up feeling like a part of me never left that place. Like something followed me home, and it's patient, and it's getting closer every day. Story 14. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. Atlanta to Chicago, Miami to Seattle, you name it. I've probably hauled freight along that route at some point. When you spend that much time on the open road, you develop certain habits, certain rules to keep yourself safe. One of the most important, never pick up hitchhikers. Ever. But 3 weeks ago, I broke that rule. And I still can't sleep through the night because of it. It was mid-July, hotter than hell, even with the AC blasting. I was hauling a load of electronics from Atlanta to Chicago, making good time on a pretty routine run. I'd been driving about 14 hours that day, stopping only for fuel and quick bathroom breaks. I know that's over the legal limit, but deadlines were tight and I needed the bonus pay. The sun had set about an hour earlier, and that stretch of Route 66 was pitch black, except for my headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw her. She was standing on the shoulder, thumb out, looking small and vulnerable against the endless darkness of the highway. My first instinct was to drive past. Like I said, I don't pick up hitchhikers, but something made me slow down. Maybe it was the way she was hunched against the night, or maybe it was just that this particular stretch of road was so goddamn desolate that I couldn't imagine leaving anyone there. Either way, I pulled over. She hesitated before approaching the truck. I rolled down the passenger window. "Where you headed?" I asked. "Chicago," she said. Her voice was soft, almost drowned out by the idle of my engine. "That's where I'm going. Hop in if you want." She climbed into the cab. Under the interior light, I could see she was younger than I first thought, probably early 20s. Her clothes were rumpled but clean, and she had this anxious, haunted look in her eyes that made me immediately regret my decision. But it was too late to change my mind. "I'm Jack," I said, pulling back onto the empty highway. "Emily," she replied, not meeting my eyes. She was clutching a small backpack to her chest like it contained everything important in her life. For about 30 minutes, we drove in silence. I had the radio on low, some classic rock station that kept fading in and out with static. The longer we drove, the more uncomfortable I felt. It wasn't anything she was doing. She just sat there, staring out the windshield. But there was something off about the whole situation. Finally, she spoke. "My brother died on this highway. I wasn't expecting that. I'm sorry to hear that. It was 7 years ago. Car accident. He was only 19. She traced a pattern on the window with her finger. "Sometimes I come out here because I can feel him. Is that weird?" "No," I lied. "People grieve in different ways." She turned to look at me then, her eyes reflecting the green glow from the dashboard. "Do you believe in ghosts, Jack?" That question sent a chill down my spine despite the stuffy heat of the cab. Can't say I've given it much thought. "They're real," she said with absolute certainty. "Especially on roads like this. Old roads, roads where people have died." She looked back out at the highway stretching before us. "The spirits of Route 66 never rest. The road remembers." I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just nodded and turned up the radio a bit. The static was getting worse, but I preferred it to the direction our conversation was heading. Around midnight, I spotted a diner up ahead, its neon open sign buzzing like an electric insect in the darkness. I was getting hungry, and frankly, I needed a break from Emily's increasingly strange comments about death and spirits. "Mind if we stop? I could use some coffee and a bite to eat." She agreed, and I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. Inside, the diner was like a time capsule from the 50s. Red vinyl booths, checkerboard floor, the works. There were only 2 other customers, an old man reading a newspaper at the counter and a heavy-set trucker nursing a coffee in the corner booth. We sat down, and a tired-looking waitress took our orders. I got a burger and coffee. Emily just asked for water. As soon as the waitress left, Emily leaned across the table. "We're being watched," she whispered. I glanced around. "By who?" "Not in here. Outside." She nodded toward the window. "She's standing at the edge of the parking lot, the woman in white." I turned to look, and for a split second, I thought I saw something. A pale figure standing just beyond the reach of the diner's lights. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. "I don't see anyone," I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to my own ears. "She's waiting for us," Emily said matter-of-factly. "She knows we're coming." Before I could ask what the hell that was supposed to mean, the heavy-set trucker got up from his booth and approached our table. He was a big guy, at least 6'4", with a thick beard and bloodshot eyes. "You shouldn't pick up strays," he said, looking directly at me. His voice was low and gravelly. "Excuse me?" I felt a surge of anger, ready to defend Emily. He leaned in closer. "You don't know what you're getting into, brother. This ain't just any highway." He glanced at Emily, who was staring at him with an expression I couldn't read. "Some things out here are better left alone." With that cryptic warning, he dropped a few bills on our table and walked out, the bell above the door jingling as he left. Through the window, I watched him climb into his rig and drive away, his taillights disappearing into the darkness. "What the hell was that about?" I asked Emily. She was staring out the window again. "She's still there," she whispered. "The woman in white." Can you see her now? I looked again, and this time I definitely saw something. A figure, pale and indistinct, standing at the very edge of the light from the diner's windows. It appeared to be a woman in a white dress, but her face, I couldn't make out her face clearly, but something about it made my stomach clench with fear. It looked hollow somehow, like there were just empty sockets where her eyes should be. I blinked hard, convinced my exhaustion was making me hallucinate. When I looked again, the figure was gone. "We need to go," Emily said urgently. "Now." The waitress had just arrived with my burger, but Emily was already standing up, grabbing her backpack. I threw some cash on the table and followed her out, my appetite completely gone. Back in the truck, I sat for a moment with my hands on the wheel, trying to make sense of what was happening. "Emily, what's going on? Who was that woman?" "One of the road's memories," she said cryptically. "We need to keep moving." I started the engine, but as I pulled out of the diner's parking lot, I felt strange, like the darkness around us had become thicker, more oppressive. The headlights seemed dimmer, barely cutting through the night, and the radio, which I'd left on, was now broadcasting nothing but static. As we drove, Emily grew increasingly agitated, constantly checking the side mirrors and glancing over her shoulder. I tried to focus on the road, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Every time I checked my mirrors, the highway behind us looked empty, but the sensation persisted. Then the static on the radio changed. It became rhythmic, almost like whispering voices buried in the white noise. I reached to turn it off, but Emily grabbed my wrist. "Listen," she said. "They're trying to tell us something." I yanked my hand away and shut off the radio. "This is crazy. You're freaking me out." "You should be freaked out," she replied. "We've disturbed something. When I get on this road, I usually come alone. Having you here, it's changed the energy." I was about to tell her that was absolute nonsense when the truck's engine suddenly sputtered and died. We coasted to a stop on the shoulder of the highway, the abrupt silence overwhelming after the constant rumble of the engine. "What the—" I turned the key, but nothing happened, not even a click. Emily was pressed against the passenger door, staring out her window. "She's coming," she whispered. I looked past her and saw, about 50 yards away in the field beside the highway, the woman in white. She was walking toward us with a strange, gliding motion that made my skin crawl. Even from this distance, I could tell something was deeply wrong with her. Her movements were too fluid, too rhythmic, like she was floating just above the ground rather than walking on it. "We need to run," Emily said, already opening her door. "Into the woods, now." "Are you insane? We can't just abandon my truck." "Jack," she said, her voice deadly serious, "if we stay here, we're going to die." The woman in white was getting closer, and now I could see her face, or rather, the absence of a face. Where features should have been, there was just a blank, smooth expanse of pale skin, with dark hollows where her eyes and mouth should be. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. I grabbed my phone and flashlight from the center console and followed Emily out of the truck. We ran across the road and plunged into the woods on the opposite side, the undergrowth tearing at our clothes as we pushed through. "Where are we going?" I gasped as we ran. "Away from the road," Emily said. "The spirits are strongest there." We ran until my lungs burned, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly through the trees. Finally, Emily stopped in a small clearing, bent over and breathing hard. I think we're safe for now," she panted. "Safe from what?" I demanded. "What the hell is happening, Emily? Who is that woman?" She straightened up, her face ghostly in the flashlight beam. "She's one of many, the victims of the road. Some of them were murdered, Some died in accidents, but they all have unfinished business. This is insane, I said, running a hand through my sweat-soaked hair. Ghosts aren't real. Then what did you see back there? She challenged. What made your truck die in the middle of nowhere? I had no answer for that. My phone showed no signal, and the woods around us were unnaturally quiet. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing but our own breathing. We need to honor them, Emily said suddenly. It's the only way they'll leave us alone. Honor who? The dead. We need to make an offering. She looked around the clearing. Here, this will work. She knelt at the base of a large oak tree and began clearing away leaves and twigs to create a small, bare patch of earth. Give me something personal, something that matters to you. I stared at her like she'd lost her mind. But then I remembered the woman in white, her eyeless face, and found myself reaching into my pocket for my Swiss Army knife. My dad had given it to me when I was 16, and I'd carried it every day since. Emily nodded approvingly as I handed it over. She placed it on the bare earth, then removed a silver bracelet from her wrist and set it beside the knife. Spirits of the road, she intoned, her voice taking on a strange, formal quality. We honor your suffering. We acknowledge your presence. Please grant us safe passage. For a moment, the clearing seemed to grow even quieter, the darkness between the trees deepening. Then a cold wind rushed through, so strong it nearly knocked me off my feet. The leaves around us swirled upward in a vortex, and I could have sworn I heard voices in that wind, whispers, moans, fragments of words I couldn't quite make out. Emily grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in painfully. They're angry, she said, her eyes wide with fear. This isn't working. The wind died as suddenly as it had begun, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. And then, at the far edge of the clearing, she appeared, the woman in white. But she wasn't alone. Behind her, partially obscured by shadows, were other figures, indistinct shapes that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Why have you come here? The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a hollow, echoing sound that bypassed my ears and went straight to my brain. Emily stepped forward. We seek safe passage, she said, her voice trembling. We've made offerings. You cannot help the dead. The woman in white began to move toward us, the other figures following in her wake. You cannot appease us. Emily turned to me, her face a mask of terror. Run! We bolted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping our faces. I had no idea which direction we were going, but Emily seemed to have some kind of internal compass. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst out of the woods and onto the highway, right near my truck. To my shock, when I tried the ignition, the engine roared to life immediately. I didn't question it. I just slammed it into gear and peeled out onto the highway, tires screeching. As we sped away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The woman in white stood in the middle of the road, watching us go, her blank face somehow radiating malevolence. Then she faded from view, like mist burning off in the morning sun. Emily sat beside me, shaking uncontrollably. They let us go, she whispered. This time. We drove through the rest of the night in silence. As dawn broke, turning the sky a pale, washed-out blue, Emily asked me to drop her at a gas station outside Chicago. Before she got out, she turned to me. The road remembers, Jack, she said, and now that you've seen them, they'll remember you too. The shadows will always follow you. They know your scent. Then she was gone, walking away without looking back, her small figure quickly swallowed by the early morning mist. I completed my delivery in Chicago, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Even now, 3 weeks later, I feel it, a presence just beyond my peripheral vision, a weight in the darkness of my apartment at night. Sometimes I wake up to find all the electronics in my house turned on, broadcasting nothing but static. Sometimes I see faces in that static. I don't drive Route 66 anymore. I've changed my routes, even considered changing careers. But deep down, I know it won't matter. Like Emily said, the road remembers. And whatever we awakened that night, whatever followed us out of those woods, it isn't finished with me yet. Story 15. I still haven't been able to sleep through the night. It's been 3 weeks since I fled from that place, and every time I close my eyes, I hear them, the whispers. Sometimes I wake up screaming, convinced there are shadows moving across my bedroom ceiling. My therapist says it's PTSD. Maybe she's right, but she wasn't there. She didn't experience what I did. Let me start from the beginning. My name is Evelyn Carter. I'm an architect specializing in historical renovations. I've always had a passion for breathing new life into forgotten buildings, preserving their history while making them functional for modern living. When I found the listing for Maxwell House in Ashton Hollow, it seemed like the perfect project. A Victorian mansion built in 1873, abandoned for over 60 years, selling for a fraction of what it was worth. The online photos showed a dilapidated but structurally sound building with incredible potential. The locals called it a steal. Now I understand why. I ignored the warning signs from the start. The real estate agent refused to show me the property after 4 in the afternoon. When I asked why, she just muttered something about bad lighting and changed the subject. The townspeople at the local diner fell silent when I mentioned I'd purchased the old Maxwell place. One elderly woman actually crossed herself. Just stories, I told myself. Every old house has them. Ghost stories are part of the charm. I arrived at Maxwell House on a Tuesday morning in early October. The weather was unseasonably cold, and a light fog hung over the property, partially obscuring the upper floors of the mansion. Even in its state of disrepair, the house was magnificent. 3 stories of Victorian Gothic architecture with intricate woodwork, a wraparound porch, and a turret on the east wing. The kind of place that would be worth millions after renovation. I remember standing in the overgrown front yard, staring up at those dark windows, feeling a strange sense of unease, like I was being watched. I shook it off. Pre-project jitters, nothing more. I'd packed enough supplies to last a week. Sleeping bag, camp stove, bottled water, non-perishable food, battery-powered lanterns, and my toolkit. The electricity wouldn't be turned on until Thursday, and the water the following Monday. This initial stay was just to assess the property, take measurements, and make plans before the contractors arrived the following week. The front door opened with a groan that seemed to echo through the entire house. Inside, the foyer was grand but decayed. Peeling wallpaper, water-stained ceilings, dusty marble floors. Still, I could see what it once was, what it could be again. I spent that first day exploring each room, taking notes and photographs. The house was larger than I'd expected, with numerous bedrooms, servants' quarters, a library, dining room, parlor, and several rooms whose original purpose wasn't clear. There was beauty in the decay, ornate crown moldings, built-in bookshelves, stained glass transoms above the doorways. It wasn't until late afternoon that I noticed the temperature seemed to drop dramatically in certain areas of the house. In one second-floor bedroom at the end of the hall, I could see my breath. October in New England can be chilly, but this was different, isolated, unnatural. I set up my sleeping bag in what had once been the library, figuring it was the coziest room with its fireplace and built-in shelves. As the sun set, the shadows in the house lengthened and deepened. With no electricity, I was dependent on my lanterns, which cast eerie, shifting light across the walls. I fell asleep sometime around 10, exhausted from the drive and the day's work. The whispers woke me at 3:15 a.m. At first, I thought it was just the wind finding its way through cracks in the old windows. But as I lay there in the dark, I realized it was too rhythmic, too deliberate, like hushed conversations just beyond the range of comprehension. I sat up, heart pounding, and turned on my lantern. The library was empty. The whispers stopped. "Old houses make noise," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. My voice sounded wrong in the darkness, too loud, too intrusive. I lay back down but couldn't sleep. Just as I was beginning to drift off, the whispers returned, louder this time. They seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, a susurration of countless voices overlapping. I grabbed my lantern and stood up. "Hello?" I called immediately, feeling foolish. "Is someone there?" The whispers paused, then resumed, more urgently. They seemed to be coming from upstairs. Any rational person would have packed up and left. I've asked myself 1,000 times why I didn't. Professional pride, stubbornness, or was it something else? Some influence that made me stay, despite my growing fear. I climbed the main staircase, my lantern casting grotesque shadows on the wall. The whispers led me to that same cold bedroom at the end of the hall, the one where I could see my breath earlier. The room was empty, no furniture except for a broken chair in one corner. The whispers were definitely louder here, seeming to emanate from all four walls simultaneously. I pressed my ear against the faded wallpaper and heard what sounded like a child's voice. "Help us." I jerked back so violently I nearly dropped my lantern. The whispers subsided to a low murmur, then faded entirely. I practically ran back to the library, dove into my sleeping bag, and pulled it over my head like a child hiding from monsters. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I fell into a fitful sleep. Morning brought clarity and rationality. In the daylight, the house was just a house, old and neglected, but not malevolent. I convinced myself that what I'd heard was just the settling of an old building, amplified by my imagination and the unfamiliar surroundings. I focused on work, measuring rooms and documenting damage, but I avoided that bedroom at the end of the hall. Around noon, I was in the kitchen sketching a layout for modern appliances when I heard it again. A whisper right beside my ear. "Evelyn." I spun around, but there was nobody there, nothing but dust motes floating in the sunlight streaming through the grimy windows. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty house. No response. I told myself it was just stress. I hadn't slept well. I was alone in a strange place. Of course, my mind was playing tricks on me, but they kept coming, those whispers. Sometimes faint, sometimes startlingly clear, sometimes seeming to come from distant rooms, sometimes right beside me. By late afternoon, I couldn't focus on my work anymore. Every few minutes I'd hear my name whispered, or fragments of sentences. "She's here. Can she help us? Should we tell her?" Not yet. I decided to go into town for dinner, needing to be around normal, living people. At the local diner, I casually asked the waitress if she knew anything about Maxwell House. "Only that nobody stays there long," she replied, refilling my coffee cup. "There was a family tried to renovate it back in 1996. They left after 3 days, never came back, not even for their stuff." "Why?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. She shrugged. "They didn't say. But the husband, he looked like he'd seen a ghost, pale as death." She leaned closer. Listen, honey, there are other properties around here worth fixing up. That place, it doesn't want to be fixed. I should have listened to her, should have checked into the motel in town and called a realtor the next morning. But I'd invested too much, financially and emotionally, to walk away because of some local superstition and a few strange noises. So I returned to Maxwell House as dusk was falling, determined to spend one more night before deciding what to do. That was the night everything escalated. The whispers started as soon as I entered the house, no longer waiting for darkness. They followed me from room to room, growing louder and more numerous. I tried to drown them out with music from my phone, but the battery died unnaturally quickly. By midnight, I was huddled in my sleeping bag, hands pressed over my ears, as dozens of voices called my name and spoke in fragments that almost, but not quite, made sense. Evelyn, the walls, need to see, help us, trapped, so long, hungry. I couldn't sleep, couldn't think. Every time I closed my eyes, I sensed movement in the room, shadows shifting independently of my lantern's light. Around 2 a.m, something in me snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. If there was something in the walls, rats, faulty pipes, whatever, I was going to find it and stop this madness. I grabbed a sledgehammer from my toolkit and stormed upstairs to that frigid bedroom where the whispers were loudest. The voices grew excited as I approached, rising to a fever pitch as I entered the room. She's going to do it. Finally, we'll be free. Shut up, I screamed, swinging the sledgehammer at the wall with all my strength. The ancient plaster cracked easily, revealing lath beneath. I struck again and again, demolishing a 3-foot section of wall, breathing heavily, driven by desperation and lack of sleep. Behind the lath was another wall, brick, older looking. The whispers became a roar, drowning out the sound of my own labored breathing. Break it! Break it open! I don't know where I found the strength. Adrenaline, maybe. Fear. I smashed at the brick wall until it began to crumble, revealing a dark space beyond. The stench hit me first, an ancient, musty odor of decay and stale air. I shined my lantern into the opening I'd created. I'll never forget what I saw. Never. It was a hidden room, narrow but extending the length of the wall, and it was filled with bones. Human bones. Skulls stared back at me from empty eye sockets. Skeletal hands reached toward the opening as if they'd been clawing at the wall. Dozens of bodies, maybe more, crammed into this secret chamber. And the whispers, God, the whispers, they were all around me now, deafening, triumphant. We are here. We have been waiting for you. I stumbled backward, tripping over the sledgehammer. My head struck something hard as I fell, the corner of the broken chair, I think, and everything went momentarily black. When I came to, I wasn't alone anymore. They stood around me, dark, translucent figures that seemed to absorb the lantern light rather than reflect it. Men, women, children, their features indistinct, but their forms unmistakably human. And cold, so cold. The temperature in the room had plummeted to the point where frost was forming on the broken plaster. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My voice was gone, stolen. My body felt impossibly heavy, like I was sinking into the floor. One of the figures stepped forward, a tall man in what looked like 19th century clothing. "Thank you for finding us, Evelyn," he whispered, but I heard him perfectly. "We've been trapped so long. The Maxwell family walled us in one by one over so many years. Servants, guests, anyone who learned their secrets." Another figure moved closer, a woman holding what appeared to be a child's hand. "But now you've freed us, and we need a place to go." I felt something then, a cold, clammy sensation on my ankle. Looking down, I saw skeletal fingers emerging from the floorboards, wrapping around my leg. More hands broke through the floor, the walls, even the ceiling, reaching, grasping. The shadow figures pressed closer, their whispers building to a crescendo that threatened to split my skull. I don't remember how I escaped. I have flashes of memory, running down the stairs, shadow figures flowing along the walls beside me, bones erupting from the floor in my path. Somehow I made it to my car, drove to town, and checked into the motel. I left everything behind, my tools, my plans, my sleeping bag, everything except the clothes on my back and the terror that followed me. I've tried to tell people what happened, the police, the historical society, even a paranormal research team. No one believes me. When authorities finally checked the house, they found my sledgehammer and the hole I'd made, but claimed there was nothing behind it but solid earth. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. I've put Maxwell House up for sale, at a loss. I don't care about the money anymore. I just want to be free of it. But the whispers haven't stopped. Even now, hundreds of miles away, I hear them at night, calling my name, telling me they're still waiting. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see shadows behind me that shouldn't be there. Story 16. I've been debating whether to post this for months. Part of me wants to forget everything that happened at Black Hollow Lake, but another part needs to get this out, maybe to make sense of it all. I still check my phone constantly for messages from Jake that will never come. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. Jake found this cabin online, super cheap for a 3-night stay in October, which should have been our first warning. The listing had these gorgeous photos of a rustic cabin by a lake, surrounded by trees with autumn colors. Perfect for a couple's retreat, the description said. Just remote enough to feel like a proper escape from the city. We'd been planning it for weeks, Jake and I, plus our friends Claire and Matt. The 4 of us had been talking about a weekend away for ages, but our schedules never lined up until then. When Jake showed us the listing for this place near Black Hollow Lake, it seemed perfect. It was about 3 hours from the city, deep in the woods, and the price was unbeatable. The drive there was actually pretty nice. Claire kept making jokes about horror movies set in cabins, and Matt was doing this terrible impression of a serial killer that had us all cracking up. Jake kept his hand on my knee the whole drive, occasionally squeezing it when Matt said something particularly stupid. I remember feeling so content, like everything was exactly as it should be. But then we actually got there. The GPS lost signal about 20 minutes before we reached the turnoff, which meant we had to rely on the printed directions the owner had emailed. The roads kept getting narrower and rougher until we were basically driving on a dirt path, with trees pressing in on both sides. The sun was already setting, even though it was only around 5 in the afternoon. October days are short, but the way the shadows stretched across the path made everything feel off somehow. "This is remote," Claire said from the back seat, her voice losing that excited edge it had earlier. When we finally pulled up to the cabin, I felt this weird sinking feeling in my stomach. It looked similar to the photos, but smaller and much more weathered. The wood was this dark, almost black color that made it blend into the surrounding forest. The lake was visible beyond it, but it wasn't the crystal blue water from the listing. It was dark and still, like a sheet of black glass. Jake, always the optimist, grabbed our bags from the trunk. "Come on, it'll look better once we're inside and warm." The key was under a rock by the door, just like the owner had said. Inside, the cabin smelled musty, like no one had been there in months. There were 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom with a shower that dripped constantly, and a main area with a kitchenette and living room. The furniture was old but functional. A couple of couches, a coffee table, and a fireplace that looked like our best bet for warming the place up. Matt found the circuit breaker and got the lights working, which helped a bit. Claire and I unpacked the groceries we'd brought while Jake and Matt checked out the fireplace. We'd brought enough alcohol to keep us happy all weekend, and after a couple of drinks, the cabin started to feel almost cozy. Night fell quickly. We'd planned to go for a walk around the lake before dinner, but it was already pitch black outside by 6:30. So instead, we cooked pasta, drank wine, and played cards at the rickety dining table. The wind had picked up, making these weird moaning sounds as it pushed through the trees outside. Anyone else think this place feels, I don't know, off? Claire asked as she shuffled the cards for another round. Matt laughed and put his arm around her. Don't tell me you're buying into your own horror movie jokes. I'm serious, she said, looking at me for support. Something about this place just feels wrong. I knew what she meant. There was something oppressive about the silence outside, interrupted only by the wind. No distant car sounds, no other houses or cabins nearby, just us and miles of dark forest. Jake stood up suddenly. We need more firewood. That pile inside is almost gone and it's getting colder. I'll come with you, I offered, not loving the idea of him going out alone. Nah, I'll just run out to the shed we passed, back in 5. He kissed my cheek and grabbed the flashlight from the counter. We went back to our card game, but I kept glancing at my phone, checking the time. 5 minutes passed, then 10. At 15 minutes, Matt put his cards down. I'm gonna go check on Jake. He probably dropped the wood or something. Claire reached for his hand. Take my phone for extra light. After Matt left, Claire and I tried to keep playing, but neither of us was focusing on the game anymore. The wind had gotten stronger, rattling the windows. I kept thinking I heard footsteps on the porch, but every time I looked out, there was nothing there. 20 minutes later, neither Jake nor Matt had returned. Something's wrong, I said, standing up. They should be back by now. Claire nodded, her face pale. Should we call someone? The owner? Police? I checked my phone again. No signal. Claire's was the same. The landline in the kitchen was just a decorative antique, not connected to anything. We need to go look for them, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. They can't have gone far. We put on our jackets and took the remaining flashlight. The moment we stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical force. It was at least 20 degrees colder than it had been just hours earlier, and the wind cut right through my jacket. The beam from our flashlight seemed pathetically small against the vast darkness. We called out their names as we walked toward the shed where Jake had gone for firewood. Our voices sounded small and swallowed up by the night. The shed door was open, swinging slightly in the wind. Inside, there was a pile of firewood, but no sign of Jake. No footprints leading away, nothing dropped or disturbed. It was as if he'd simply vanished. Let's check around the cabin, Claire suggested, her voice shaking slightly. Maybe they went down to the lake for some reason. We followed the narrow path that led from the side of the cabin toward the water. Our flashlight beams swept across the ground, the trees, the edge of the lake. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow between the trees, something my eyes were playing tricks with. But then it moved. Not like a person moves, not walking or running, but gliding, as if it wasn't touching the ground at all. It was tall, much taller than a normal person, and thin, draped in what looked like tattered black clothing. Where its face should have been, there was just darkness. Claire saw it too. She grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. Emily, she whispered. "What the fuck is that?" The figure stopped moving. Even though I couldn't see eyes, I knew it was looking at us. There was this pressure in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. My ears popped, and then it started moving again, toward us. We ran. I don't remember making the decision to turn around. One moment we were frozen in place, and the next we were sprinting back to the cabin, stumbling over roots and rocks, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. I could feel it behind us, not making any sound but somehow getting closer. We burst through the cabin door and slammed it shut, locking it and dragging the nearby side table in front of it for good measure. We were both gasping for breath, unable to speak. Through the window, I could see nothing but darkness. The thing, whatever it was, had disappeared. "What was that?" Claire finally managed to say. "Where are Jake and Matt?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind kept replaying the image of that thing gliding between the trees, moving in a way nothing human could move. We checked all the windows, making sure they were locked, drew the curtains closed, huddled together on the couch, as far from the doors and windows as we could get. The fire had died down to embers, but neither of us wanted to open the door to get more wood. That's when the knocking started. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front door, then silence. "Jake?" Claire called out, her voice cracking. "Matt?" Another 3 knocks, identical to the first set. I took a step toward the door, but Claire grabbed my wrist. "Don't," she whispered. "But what if it's them?" I said, knowing even as I spoke that it couldn't be. Something was wrong with those knocks. Too measured, too precise, like they were being performed rather than naturally made. "Emily? Claire?" Matt's voice came from the other side of the door. "Can you let us in? We got lost in the woods." It sounded like Matt, almost. The words were right, but the voice was flat, emotionless, like someone reading from a script without understanding the meaning. "Where's Jake?" I called back, staying well away from the door. A pause. Too long. "Jake's here too," the voice said. "We're cold. Let us in." Claire was shaking her head frantically. "That's not Matt," she mouthed to me. The knocking came again, harder this time, rattling the door in its frame. "Let us in," the voice said, dropping any pretense of being Matt. It was lower now, with a strange echo, as if multiple voices were speaking in unison. We backed away from the door, moving toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. The knocking stopped suddenly. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then a whisper came from the window to our left. So close, it was as if something, was pressing its mouth directly against the glass. "Let us in." I turned my head slowly. Through a gap in the curtains, I could see a face pressed against the window. It looked like Jake, but wrong. His eyes were completely black, and his skin was too pale, almost translucent. His mouth wasn't moving, but I could hear his voice clearly. "Emily, please, I'm so cold out here. Let me in," I screamed. I couldn't help it. Claire grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the back bedroom. We slammed the door shut and pushed the dresser in front of it. There was a small window, which we made sure was locked before covering it with a blanket. The knocking started again, moving around the cabin, first at the front door, then the windows, then the back door. Each time, it was accompanied by voices. Sometimes Jake, sometimes Matt, sometimes both together, and sometimes something else entirely. A voice that didn't sound human at all, deep and rasping. "They can't get in unless we let them," Claire said, her voice barely audible. "That's how it works in stories, right? They need permission." I wanted to believe that, but I wasn't sure. The knocking was getting louder, more insistent. The whole cabin seemed to shake with it. Then it stopped again. The silence was almost worse than the knocking. We sat in that bedroom for what felt like hours, jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin. "What do we do?" Claire whispered. "We can't stay here until morning." Before I could answer, we heard it. Footsteps inside the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps moving across the living room floor. Something had gotten in. Claire's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing so tight it hurt. The footsteps stopped right outside our bedroom door, a soft scratching sound, like fingernails dragging across the wood. "Emily," Jake's voice, but hollow, empty. "Claire, we just want to talk." Neither of us moved or made a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whatever was outside the door could hear it. The doorknob turned, slowly, rattling against the lock. The scratching continued, more insistent now, then a thump, like a body pressing against the door. The dresser we'd pushed in front of it shifted slightly. "Let us in," the voice said again, no longer bothering to sound like Jake or Matt. It was that same deep, multi-layered voice from before. "We've been so lonely." The pressure against the door increased. The dresser slid another inch. I could see the door starting to bend inward, the wood creaking in protest. Claire and I pressed ourselves against the far wall, as if those extra few feet might somehow save us. I was beyond fear at that point, in some strange, numb state where everything felt unreal. The door cracked. A long, pale hand with too many joints slipped through the gap, feeling blindly for the dresser. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Then, suddenly, from somewhere outside, a sound cut through the night, a loud, clear tone like a bell ringing. Once, twice, 3 times. The hand froze, withdrew. The pressure on the door released. We heard those same slow footsteps retreating, moving back through the living room. The front door opened and closed, then silence. Claire and I stayed frozen in place until the first light of dawn seeped through the blanket covering the window. Neither of us had slept. Neither of us had spoken. We just sat there, holding each other, waiting. When we finally found the courage to move the dresser and open the bedroom door, the cabin was empty. Everything was exactly as we'd left it the night before, except for a thin layer of black, sooty residue on the floor, leading from the front door to our bedroom and back again. We didn't stay to pack our things. We ran to the car with just our phones and wallets, drove until we had cell service, and called the police. They searched the woods around Black Hollow Lake for days. They found our bags, still in the cabin. They found Matt's jacket hanging from a tree branch near the lake. But they never found Jake or Matt. The police report says they probably got lost in the woods and succumbed to the cold. They say it happens in that area. People underestimate how easy it is to get turned around in those trees, especially at night. But they didn't see what we saw. They didn't hear those voices, those not quite right imitations of the men we loved. I still have nightmares about that night, about that hand reaching through the cracked door, about Jake's face at the window with those empty black eyes. And sometimes, when my phone rings and there's no one on the other end, just silence and the faint sound of wind through trees, I wonder if they're still out there, still waiting for us to let them in. Story 17. I've been a trucker for 27 years, driven every state except Hawaii, for obvious reasons, and seen just about everything the road can throw at you. Blizzards in Colorado that buried my rig up to the door handles. Tornadoes in Kansas that made me pray to gods I don't even believe in. Even had a bear try to climb into my cab at a rest stop in Montana once. But what happened to me 3 months ago on Highway 93 in Arizona, I still can't explain it. And I don't think I'll ever drive professionally again. I was doing a standard overnight haul from Phoenix to Vegas. Nothing special. I'd done this route maybe 100 times before. My dispatcher had me picking up a sealed trailer from a warehouse on the outskirts of Phoenix, some kind of expedited freight that needed to be in Vegas by morning. This wasn't unusual. Companies ship all kinds of things that way, and drivers don't typically inspect sealed loads. That's just how it works. I left Phoenix around 11 at night. The desert is beautiful that time of night, especially in summer. It was late July, and even at night the temperature was hovering around 95 degrees. I had the AC blasting, a thermos of coffee, and a playlist of old country songs to keep me company. Traffic was almost non-existent, just the occasional car and another semi every 20 minutes or so. Around 1 in the morning, I was deep into the emptiest stretch of Highway 93. Nothing but desert for miles in every direction. The moon was nearly full, casting this eerie blue light across the landscape. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how the road seemed to stretch forever into the darkness. That's when my CB radio suddenly crackled to life. Now, CB traffic is pretty light these days since most drivers use phones, but I still keep mine on out of habit. The static was loud enough to make me jump, and then a voice came through. "Don't stop." Just that. Nothing else. The voice was raspy, like someone who'd smoked 3 packs a day for decades. I figured it was probably some driver warning about a speed trap ahead, though the message was unusually brief. "Copy that. Where's the bear?" I responded, using the old trucker slang for police. "Nothing, just static." I shrugged it off and kept driving. About 10 minutes later, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. They were far back at first, but closing in fast. Way too fast for this road. I tensed up, thinking it might be some drunk driver or someone running from the cops. The vehicle caught up to me within minutes, and I could see it was an old semi. Really old, like 1970s model Peterbilt, all rusted out with mismatched paint. But what really caught my attention were the headlights. They weren't steady, they flickered, like they were powered by a failing generator or something. And they weren't the white-yellow of modern headlights, but a strange bluish color that didn't seem to illuminate the road properly. This truck rode my tail for a few miles, way too close for comfort. I tapped my brakes a couple times as a warning, but it didn't back off. I was starting to get pissed off, thinking this was some rookie driver who didn't know proper road etiquette. Then, without warning, the truck swerved into the passing lane and pulled up alongside me. I glanced over, ready to give the driver a piece of my mind. And that's when the cold hit me. Not the gradual cooling of AC, but an instant, bone-deep chill that made my teeth ache. Because there was no driver. The cab was empty. I'm not talking about someone ducking down or hiding. The interior lights were on, and I could clearly see the empty seat. But the steering wheel, God help me, the steering wheel was moving on its own, making small corrections just like a human driver would. I nearly drove off the road right then and there. My hands went numb on the wheel, and I had to force myself to keep looking ahead. When I dared to glance back, the truck was still there, keeping perfect pace with me at 70 miles per hour. Then it honked. 3 long, mournful blasts that sounded more like a dying animal than a truck horn. After that, it swerved sharply off the road and into the desert. I watched in my side mirror as the taillights bounced across the rough terrain, then disappeared behind a mesa about half a mile from the highway. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached for my phone to call. Who? 911? What would I say? Hello, police? I just saw a ghost truck driving itself through the desert. They'd have me in for a psych eval before sunrise. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe the driver was slumped down. Maybe it was some new autonomous truck being tested. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, and my eyes were playing tricks. But then the temperature inside my cab started to drop. The AC was still set to the same level, but I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The windshield began to frost over, from the inside, in the middle of the Arizona desert, in July. I shut off the AC completely and turned the heat on full blast, but it made no difference. Within minutes, ice crystals were forming on the dashboard, the steering wheel, even my eyebrows. The thermometer on my console read 28 degrees and falling. That's when the fog appeared. Not the natural kind that forms in valleys or near water. This was different. It came out of nowhere, swirling around my trailer in thick tendrils, like it was alive and trying to wrap itself around my rig. It was so dense I could barely see 20 feet ahead, forcing me to slow down to about 40 miles per hour. Then, without warning, my truck died. Everything, engine, lights, radio, just shut off. I coasted to a stop right in the middle of the highway. The silence was absolute. No engine noise, no air conditioning, no radio static. Nothing but my own ragged breathing and the faint ticking of the cooling engine. I tried the ignition several times, but there wasn't even a click. Dead as a doornail. I grabbed my phone, no signal, and the battery was draining before my eyes, the percentage dropping like a stone. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the asphalt. Slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from the front of my truck. Through the frosted windshield and the unnatural fog, I could make out a figure standing in the middle of the road. Tall, unnaturally tall, maybe 7 feet or more. It wore what looked like a long, dark coat or robe with a hood that completely obscured its face. It just stood there, about 15 feet in front of my truck, perfectly still. I'm not ashamed to say I nearly pissed myself. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but where would I go? Into the desert at night. That's just another way to die. The figure raised one arm, too long, the proportions all wrong, and pointed, not at me, but toward the back of my truck, toward the trailer. "What do you want?" I shouted, though my window was closed. "Who are you?" No response, just that pointing gesture, insistent now, the arm trembling slightly. Something told me I needed to check my trailer. Every fiber of my being argued against getting out of the cab, but some compulsion pushed me forward. With shaking hands, I grabbed my flashlight, thankfully still working, and stepped out into the biting cold. The moment my boots hit the asphalt, the figure vanished. Not like it ran away or faded. It was there 1 second and gone the next, like someone had edited it out of a film. The fog still swirled around the trailer, thick as cotton. I approached the back slowly, my breath forming dense clouds in the freezing air. The padlock on the trailer doors was covered in frost, so cold it burned my fingers when I touched it. I had to use my keys to break off the ice before I could unlock it. When I swung the doors open, the cold hit me like a physical blow. The interior of the trailer was like a deep freezer, far colder than outside. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating what was inside. Bodies, stacked like cordwood. Men, women, some barely more than teenagers. Their skin was blue-white with frost, eyes frozen open in terror. They were dressed in threadbare clothes, and some had duct tape over their mouths. I stumbled backward, falling onto the asphalt. These people had frozen to death inside my trailer. Human cargo. Immigrants being smuggled across the border, most likely. And I had been the unwitting transport. I vomited right there on the highway, heaving until there was nothing left. The realization hit me hard. The warehouse, the sealed trailer, the expedited freight that couldn't wait until morning. I'd been set up. Used. When I finally managed to stand again, I approached the trailer once more, forcing myself to look. I needed to be sure of what I was seeing. But when my flashlight beam swept the interior of the trailer, it was empty. Completely empty. Not a single body, not even a drop of condensation. Just an ordinary empty trailer. I slammed the door shut, my mind reeling. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I losing my mind? That's when I heard the whisper again, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Don't stop. I sprinted back to the cab, nearly slipping on the icy asphalt. Once inside, I tried the ignition again out of desperate habit, and the engine roared to life immediately. The temperature gauge shot up from the freezing point to normal operating temperature in seconds. The fog outside began to dissipate. I didn't wait for an explanation. I floored it, the tires spinning on the frost-slick road before finding traction. I drove the rest of the way to Vegas in a state of near panic, constantly checking my mirrors for the ghostly truck, unable to shake the image of those frozen bodies from my mind. When I reached the depot in Vegas, I parked the truck, dropped the keys in the night box, and walked away. Just walked. Didn't collect my pay, didn't clean out my personal items from the cab, didn't file a report or say goodbye to anyone. I took a bus back to Phoenix and haven't driven commercially since. I've spent countless hours researching that stretch of Highway 93 since then. Turns out there have been numerous reports over the years of an old Peterbilt appearing and disappearing on that road. Some say it's the ghost of a trucker who was killed there in the 70s. Others claim it's something else entirely, something that's been in that desert long before there were roads or trucks or people. But what haunts me most is wondering if what I saw in that trailer was real. Were there actually people who died because of me? Was I being warned or punished? I've checked news reports for any stories about bodies found in the desert or a human trafficking ring being busted, but found nothing conclusive. Sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, I still hear that raspy voice on the CB. Don't stop. I don't know if it was a warning meant to save me or a command that I failed to obey until it was too late. All I know is I'll never drive that highway again. And whenever someone asks why I quit trucking, I just tell them I got tired of the long hours. Because how do you explain to someone that you were haunted by a ghost truck and shown a trailer full of frozen corpses that disappeared? You don't. You just remember to never ever stop on Highway 93 after midnight. Story 18. I've been driving 18-wheelers for almost 19 years now. You get used to the loneliness, the long stretches of highway that seem to go on forever, and the weird shit your mind starts to play on you when you've been awake for too many hours. But what happened to me last October on Dead Man's Pass, I still can't explain it. I've never told anyone the full story until now. For those who don't know, Dead Man's Pass is this stretch of I-84 that cuts through the Blue Mountains in Oregon. It's got these nasty hairpin turns, steep grades that'll make your brakes smoke, and a reputation among truckers. We all know someone who knows someone who had something weird happen there. I always brushed off those stories as the usual trucker folklore. You know, the kind of crap you hear at every truck stop from Tacoma to Tallahassee. I'd avoided that route whenever possible. Not because I believed the stories, but because it's just a pain in the ass to drive. But that night, I didn't have a choice. I had a time-sensitive delivery, medical supplies heading from Seattle to Boise. My dispatcher called me around 4 in the afternoon, saying the regular driver had called in sick and they needed someone to make the run ASAP. The pay was good, and I needed the money for my daughter's braces, so I agreed. I left Seattle around 5, figuring I'd hit the pass around 11. The weather report looked clear, unusual for October in that area, but I wasn't complaining. The sunset was pretty spectacular that evening, all oranges and purples fading into this deep blue. By the time I approached the foothills, it was fully dark, with this huge full moon hanging over the mountains. Everything was going fine until I started the climb up to the pass. The moon was so bright that night that I could see the outlines of the pines against the sky, these jagged silhouettes that seemed to be watching me. The first thing I noticed was how quiet everything got. I mean, unnaturally quiet. I rolled down my window for a moment, and there was nothing. No wind in the trees, no distant traffic, no animals. Just the rumble of my engine and this pressure, like before a thunderstorm, but worse. I'm not the superstitious type, but something felt off. I turned up the radio to drown out the silence, but all I got was static. Even the satellite radio was cutting in and out, which never happens. That's when I first felt it, this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I kept checking my mirrors, but the road behind me was empty. I was about halfway through the pass, just past this really tight switchback, when I saw him. There was this guy standing on the shoulder, thumb out, wearing a red and black flannel jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. A hitchhiker in the middle of nowhere at nearly midnight. What struck me immediately was how still he was. I mean completely motionless, like a mannequin someone had placed there. I slowed down instinctively, not to pick him up, but because something about the situation felt wrong. As my headlights swept over him, I noticed he didn't react at all, didn't turn his head, didn't move his arm, nothing. Just stood there, frozen, with his thumb out. I drove past him, my heart pounding for no reason I could explain. When I checked my side mirror to see him again, the shoulder was empty. He was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere he could have hidden that quickly. Just steep embankment on one side and rock wall on the other. I remember gripping the wheel tighter, telling myself I was tired, that it was just shadows playing tricks on me. I'd been on the road too long, needed some coffee, that's all. I focused on the winding road ahead, trying to push the image out of my mind. About 2 miles further, around another sharp bend, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The same guy, I swear it was the same guy, was standing there again. Same flannel, same cap, same posture. Only this time, he was closer to the center line. Still completely motionless, still with his thumb out. "What the fuck?" I said out loud, my voice sounding strange in the quiet cab. I swerved slightly to give him a wider berth. As I passed him, my cab got suddenly cold. I mean freezing, like someone had opened a door to a walk-in freezer. My breath came out in a cloud, and the windows started fogging up instantly. That's when my CB radio crackled to life. I hadn't been using it. There was no one else on the road to talk to. But suddenly there was this burst of static, and then a voice came through. It was low and gravelly, like someone who'd smoked 3 packs a day for 50 years. "Pull over," it said, just that. "Pull over." I didn't respond. The CB went silent again, but the cold remained. I cranked the heater to full blast, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the controls. I was doing about 55 at this point, which is faster than you should take that road, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to get through the pass as quickly as possible. The next few minutes were the longest of my life. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see the hitchhiker somehow behind me, but there was nothing but darkness. The moon had disappeared behind clouds that hadn't been there before, and now the night was pitch black except for my headlights. I came around another bend, and my heart nearly stopped. He was there again, the hitchhiker, standing directly in the middle of my lane. No longer on the shoulder, no longer with his thumb out, just standing there, facing me. I slammed on the brakes, the cargo shifting behind me with a loud thud. The truck skidded, and I fought to keep it under control on the steep grade. I came to a stop about 20 feet from the figure. In the direct beam of my headlights, I could finally see his face. Jesus Christ, I wish I hadn't. His skin was unnaturally pale, almost blue-white, like someone who'd been pulled from ice water. But it was his eyes that made my blood freeze. They were completely black, not dark brown, not hidden by shadow, black, like bottomless pits in his face. And his mouth? It was stretched into this grin that was too wide, too many teeth. No human face can smile like that. I sat there, paralyzed, for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then I shifted into reverse, prepared to back up all the way down the mountain if I had to. As soon as I moved, something slammed into the passenger side of my truck with enough force to rock the entire rig. I looked over and nearly screamed. There were handprints on the window, but not normal handprints. These were black and oily, sliding down the glass as if they were melting. And they were on the outside of the window, 10 feet up from the ground. I floored it in reverse, not caring if I went off the road. In my panic, I stalled the engine. When I looked back to the road in front of me, the hitchhiker was gone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key turned. The engine roared back to life, and I threw it into first gear, driving forward again because I didn't trust myself to back down the mountain in the dark. As I passed the spot where he'd been standing, the temperature dropped again, and my radio blared static so loud I had to rip the earpiece off. Through the noise, I heard that same gravelly voice. See you next time. I don't remember much of the rest of the drive down the mountain. I took those curves way too fast, riding my brakes until they were smoking. I didn't stop until I reached the first truck stop at the base, a little place called Max that most of us regulars use. My hands were still trembling when I parked. I sat there for a while, trying to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I finally got out to inspect my truck, those oily handprints were still there on the passenger window. They looked even worse in the harsh light of the truck stop. Not quite like oil, more like something decayed. I went inside, desperate for coffee and human contact. There was only one other person there, an old trucker named Bill who'd been driving these routes since before I was born. I must have looked like hell because he took one look at me and asked if I'd seen a ghost. I told him what happened, expecting him to laugh or tell me I was losing it. Instead, he got real quiet, then asked me exactly where I'd seen the hitchhiker. When I described the locations, he nodded slowly. "That'd be Flannel Jack," he said, his voice low. "Used to be a driver back in the 80s. Story goes his truck broke down one winter night on the pass. He tried to walk for help, froze to death before morning. They found him right where the road makes that sharp turn near the summit." Bill told me that over the years, dozens of drivers claimed to have seen him. Always in the same flannel jacket and cap, always hitchhiking. According to Bill, those who ignore him just get scared. But those who stop for him, who offer him a ride, they don't come back down the mountain, Bill said. At least not the same as they went up. I quit my job the next week, took a local delivery position that pays less but keeps me close to home. I've never driven Dead Man's Pass again. I take the long way around every time, even when dispatchers give me shit about it. Sometimes I still dream about those black eyes and that impossible smile. In my dreams, I do stop to pick him up. In my dreams, he gets in, turns to me with that grin and says, "My turn to drive." I don't know what the hell happened to me that night. Maybe I was just exhausted, hallucinating from too many hours on the road. But I know one thing for certain. Those handprints didn't come off my window. Not with soap, not with solvent. Nothing worked. I ended up selling that truck at a loss just to get rid of it. And now, whenever I see someone thumbing for a ride on any road, day or night, I keep my eyes straight ahead and my foot on the gas.